Онлайн, всі, хто прийшов до нас сьогодні офлайн. Мене звати Анна Ісічка.
Good morning. My name is Anna Isichka. I am the coordinator of the civil society sector, deputy director of Center for Democracy and Rule of Law. And today we are here to talk about really complex things, but in simple terms or in simple words. And we are going to plan follow-up steps, and we'll look at the history, but in the middle, we are going to have a presentation of the report. We are welcoming you at the conference from high risk to high trust. I'm presenting the report on money laundering and terrorism financing risk for civil society sector. We are going to have several speakers. Ihor Hayevsky, the first deputy head of the State Financial Monitoring Service of Ukraine. Thanks for being with us. Volodymyr Shayhus, executive director of ISR Yednanya, chief of the Party of Ukraine Civil Society Sectoral Support Activity, and Alessia Holopik, director of CIDEM. Let me start with the opening remarks of the leaders that are going to set the tone for today's discussion. Ihor, thanks a lot for being so cooperative with civil society organizations, and thanks a lot for having trust in the expert assessment of the civil society organizations that we have produced, and thanks a lot for the trainings that we organized, and there is a lot ahead of us. The floor is yours for opening remarks. Thank you. Thank you, Anna, on behalf of State Financial Monitoring Service of Ukraine. Let me thank you for the invitation for the event. Apologies for not being there with you at the conference. We have lots of different prep activities related to European integration processes, as well as FATF prep meetings ahead of manual assessment. But I am honored to participate online in the conference with a wonderful name, From High Risk to High Trust. You know that one of the uh, competences that our service is developing state policy to combat money laundering and terrorism funding, as well as dissemination of weapons of mass destruction. Therefore, we are engaged in lots of different activities to this end, and we are very happy that we have so reliable partners, representatives of civil society organizations that have been closely cooperating with us. We are always in touch with you. And when you talk about the independent civil society organizations risk assessment, we need to recognize that the assessment report that was produced amidst martial law is of special value. And this report is unprecedented. That's the first of this kind. We've never had independent risk assessment for nonprofit sector. Um, we did have some assessment conducted at the national level, but this type of assessment is something unprecedented and new. And special thanks go to the leaders of this project that were engaged in it. That's Maria and Anna in particular, and the entire team that were so actively engaged in this research. The team is something that I can rely on because I know most of the people personally. This kind of report could set an example, a standard for other sectoral risk assessments, and we would recommend other sectors when conducting risk assessment to use this report when it comes to AML CFT policies. You know that we are facing another force round of risk assessment as to AML CFT. That's going to be the fourth assessment. It's conducted once in 3 years, and that's for the first time when ahead of the national assessment, we have the report on risk assessment of the civil society sector. So the risk assessment that is going to be conducted by the state authorities in coordination with international organizations going to have a reliable source of information of the risk assessment of MLFT of civil society that is going to be presented today. This type of document and this type of work is contributing to improve the tools to combat money laundering and terrorism funding in terms of preventive measures. In this case, we are talking about non-profit sector, and that shows the maturity of the system of combating money laundering in respective country. So we had a look at this report. Thanks a lot for giving the report to us ahead of the conference. We have carefully read key conclusions and recommendations of the report. The recommendations are well structured, a separate section for banks, national bank, donors, civil society organizations, and it makes them especially valuable. Thank you for that. There is a question whether the state financial monitoring service agrees with the conclusions and recommendations of independent report, especially the one that states that general assessment of risks or threats for the NPO is deemed to be low. State financial monitoring service trusts the results of this study. We have full respect to that, but final assessment to this would be wrong to say at this stage. As I was saying, we are ahead of the national assessment to be conducted, and I think it would be right to give our stance following this national assessment, and that's going to happen at the end of 2025. And then we'll be able to answer this question. I don't want to exert any influence on those results of national assessment that we are going to have. But independent report is surely shows the unity of civil society sector. That's a valid position that's well grounded based on analysis of legislation, polling and other data. Therefore, it should be taken into account by regulator, by banks, and we are sure to take that into consideration as well. If you talk about the world trends, FATF uh, recommendations and approaches, they show that there are different approaches as when it comes to the state and private sector approaches to risk assessment, especially it is typical of nonprofit and charity organizations. Risk assessment is of importance. The level of the risks identified is of importance, but reporting entities should always be on the alert despite of the identified risk, because that's an element of risk-oriented approach. To conclude, let me thank the partners
Почину єднання, Центру демократії та верховенства.
that's Yednanya, Center for Democracy and Rule of Law, Center for Political Studies, and other engaged partners that produced this report. At the moment, we have a report in hand that assessed the risks of civil society sector in Ukraine, and all of this is going to contribute to our progress on the path to European integration. Knowing our partners and their energy and enthusiasm, I know that they will come up with new initiatives to implement the recommendations of this report. Our service and financial monitoring academy are open and ready to cooperate and looking forward to it in the future. Enjoy the day. Thank you. Thanks a lot to you. Enjoy the day. Stay safe. Igor, we heard inspiring words from you, and thanks a lot. For this, we appreciate it. The bridge between independent assessment and National Risk Assessment 2025 is something that we are trying to build, because we know that methodology of National Risk Assessment is going to be updated, and we are happy to get engaged in this and contribute to that. Thanks a lot for your energy, support, and the first feedback with respect to our report. Let me give the floor to Volodymyr Shaykhus, civil society activist leader that is engaged in civil society development in Ukraine for more than 25 years,
Recording
and
in
he's chairing
progress.
the project. And thanks to him, we received the support of USAID. So why is it so important to talk about financial monitoring today when you have lots of other issues on hand? Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot for organizing this discussion. I really appreciate that the civil society sector remains in the focus of your attention. That's another recognition of civil society sector that shows that we are of interest, we are valuable, and therefore risk assessment is conducted with respect to us. 30 years ago, I started my work in civil society sector, and I could never have imagined that at some point we would talk about dirty money and negative elements that might be linked to civil society organizations. By their nature, civil society organizations are the associations of people that are trying to resolve some pending issues that they or the communities are facing, and they are using money and possibilities that they can raise or attract. If organization is not effective and doesn't enjoy trust, nobody would give money to this organization. And if you talk about people, so it should be really very high level of professionalism in this organization, whether charity or a civil society organization, so that people would trust them and would be ready to contribute their hard-earned money to these organizations, whether civil society organizations or charity organizations, because this money is meant for people and community. If you talk about donor support, we know that any organization that receives this type of support is to report on that. So organization is subjected to scrutiny with respect to accountability, transparency, and other elements as to the operational work of the organization. And only after this analysis, after this scrutiny, the organization is entitled to receive any grants or any other financial support. As soon as the organization is implementing some projects, it is subjected to auditing that look into the proper way of appropriation of money invested. Our organization subjected to seventh audit. So that's auditing of the projects that we implemented. If we had any issues, we would never be able to receive funding, and we would stop existing. So we as a sector and as organizations of civil society sector, we are self-organized. Back in 90s, we developed this system of self-assessment. self-regulation, system of transparent and good governance on the level of the organization. We do have respective institutions, structures. We have a board, monitoring authorities. We have executive bodies. We have the entire structure of bureaucracy in the organization that does not allow for us to be a sort of individual independent entrepreneur who decides on their own how to use money. Um, so we are well self-organized, but today there is a special attention to us. One of the reasons for that is armed aggression of Russian Federation, when some civil society organizations could be used not for good, let me put it this way. And we do understand why the attitude to our organizations is the attitude it is now. We have a large number of civil society organizations, very professional, well-known, that enjoy high trust of large public. And possibly there are some organizations that are being used, and thus it casts a kind of a shadow on the entire sector. So we'll be happy to cooperate with anybody who would help us to clean our sector that is helping dozens of millions of citizens in Ukraine, our citizens abroad. We are developing the future of Ukraine in different sectors, including defense. And thanks a lot who got engaged in developing this unique mechanism of risk assessment of civil society sector, and our partners, SEDEM, who took initiative. When this process was launched, it was very difficult for us to imagine what is it all about, because civil society and financial monitoring seem to be two different worlds. But today, in a very clear format, we could discuss what it is all about. We can discuss why we are where we are and what to do next. Thanks a lot for your work, and let's enjoy the discussion ahead. Thank you, Volodymyr. I will take half a minute to reflect on that. I have a colossal experience of contacts, partner organizations that are receiving grant support. That's around 20,000 organizations. That's your database. We have 170,000 NPOs registered in Ukraine. So Yednanya can give you clear information about a large number of them. Some time ago, we had this talk, though it was off record, but I can share a little bit of what we talked about. Then we had a discussion about the organizations that were established as organizations that lack in integrity. So for 30 years out of 20,000, we just recalled only one. So we do have information about civil society organizations, large organizations that have database, and you can trust information they have. We are interested in supporting and maintaining high standards of operation of our organizations. Thanks a lot. Let me give the floor to the leader of the organization that since 2005 is the leader in civil society in the sectors of law and civil society development. That's Lesa Holopik. Good morning, dear participants of the conference. On behalf of Center for Democracy and Rule of Law and the sectoral support of civil society in Ukraine department, we are happy to welcome you here at this conference. Today, we are going to have a presentation of a very important document. It's not just a document, it's not just a report. That's the results of hundreds and hundreds of work of experts, professionals, and our team. And here we included the study visit to Germany, that's research of international experience, that's developing methodology that served as the basis for this risk assessment. This methodology was presented recently on September 3, and if you want to learn the details about the methodology, it is available on our website of SEDEM. This research, this report is unique, not only at the national level, but probably at the global level, because there are not many of those reports. They just there are only few of them. And conducting this type of assessment is a contribution to honor Ukraine's international commitments to implement international recommendations on AML and safety. And we do expect that the government will take this report into consideration and will apply it. Let me express my sincere gratitude to SEDEM team that developed this report, that promoted the necessity of developing this report and implementing it. Let me thank international organizations, experts. It's nice to have all those who were engaged in developing this document in this room. Thanks a lot to all of you. I would like to thank our international partners, USAID, for the ongoing systemic support to us, to civil society, and to Ukraine per se. This support has been there not 24/7, but 25/7. And thanks a lot to our armed forces for being there, for protecting, for defending us every day and every night. We are in the bomb shelter already. So as soon as we hear a strike warning, we can continue. We are safe here. So I wish all of us interesting discussion, productive dialogue, and implementation of the results of this research in practice. Thanks a lot, Alessia. Just a few words about safety and security. It's very important to understand that indeed it was very difficult for us to imagine what was it that we were studying when launched this research. That was the experience of German colleagues that we sort of took as the guidance. But we didn't imagine the scale of the research then. So we appreciate the support of our international partners, SEDEM, and everybody who participated in polling. We are grateful to the partners on the research, Ilka Kucherev, a think tank, and everybody who represents donor community and our partners and stakeholders. It's not just methodology that should be created. You need to have cooperation to be able to use this methodology given martial law. We are deeply grateful to our armed forces that made all of this possible. We have several chairs in this room that stay empty. We would be happy to see our partners, lawyers and doctors, but they are the front line. They have been conscripted. They are defending us in the hotspots. Thanks a lot to all of them. And our job is to continue what we are doing at our front. And we have to answer the question, how banks that maintain financial stability in dire conditions, how companies work when they lack staff and face different risks, how you continue working, not just to keep your team, but implement socially valuable projects that bring closer our victory and help civilians and servicemen. Out of all these questions, how we know that there is one good question to all of this will prevail. Uh, Kennedy once in his inauguration speech said, "Don't ask what the government can do for you. Ask yourself what you can do for the government." We are unique. Nobody asked us what the government can do, what volunteers can do, what humanitarian organizations could do, what banks could do. Everybody is just working and doing, and we are trying to find common solutions to strengthen ourselves and our country. Thanks a lot to the speakers for their opening remarks, for setting tone for our discussion without any break. Let's invite the speakers of the next panel discussion. We continue. Time conditions. We have Alona Verne, assistant of Vasilevska Shmaglumk, member of the parliament, Rostislav Marchuk, director of Financial Monitoring Academy. We are going to have Yuri Konyushenko, director of the Department for Ensuring Coordination and Monitoring Work, Ministry of Finance of Ukraine. And since I saved some time, let me just say it now. Maria Paulos was to moderate today's event. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it, but she is with us online, and she contributed greatly to today's event and to the report that we are going to discuss today. So, in this session, we are going to talk about a broad partnership, but in each session we are going to have Q&A. We have some people in this room. You can raise the hand if you have a question or comment. Those who are connected online, you can use the chat or unmute yourselves. We also broadcast in social media, and we have staff that keep an eye on what's happening in social media. If there are questions there, they would raise them. So, Alona, I know that your boss was going to speak today, and she was preparing a speech here. We appreciate her contribution to developing this partnership. It was her direct influence when it comes to engaging members of the parliament, assistants and resources of the tax policy parliamentary committee to resolve sometimes minor, sometimes really major issues, to establish communication and cooperation with state authorities, since that's a major issue that affects lots of others. So the floor is yours. Thank you, Anna. And dear colleagues, dear participants, Olha unfortunately couldn't make it, but she wanted to be here. So we are always responsive to all her wishes, and we always responded to Anna's request. So what she did is she asked me to speak at this conference. So for me, as an introvert, that's a bit of a torture to speak publicly, but I will do my best to replace Olga Vasilevska-Shmaluk. But she's sort of here mentally with us, and you can always rely on her support and the support of tax policy parliamentary committee.
прикладу публічних виступів, я подумала, що відповідало б рівню очікувань від мене, якби я напхала велику кількість очевидних речей в свій виступ. Почнемо з очевидної речі.
Okay, let's start with an apparent scene. One size fits all. It's not the approach that we can pursue. We did understand that when we talk about the cooperation between the parliament and civil society sector. In 2021, it was a very lucky year, and we had some attempts to establish communication between parliament and civil sector in the way that, okay, so the government shouldn't know anything about the ultimate beneficial owners of non-profit organizations because there is something specific there. And it was a difficult discussion, but that was the beginning of our constructive cooperation, and we appreciate it.
Бачимо станом на зараз, що і це показує звіт. Я не буду спойлерити результати презентації, скажуть це самі за себе. Однак ми бачимо деякі недоліки у тому, як наразі національна оцінка ризиків визначає ризиковість неприбуткових організацій як цілого сектору в цілому, без визначення того, які конкретно види діяльності впроваджувані кожною з інституцій, чи з видів, радше інституцій, які об'єднуються величезною назвою НПО, насправді ризикові. І ось цей шифт з того, аби класти лейбл на весь сектор, до тенденції, коли ми починаємо усвідомлено підходити до того, який з видів діяльності насправді є ризиковим, він ключовий. І з цього шифта, я маю надію, має з'явитися перше справді усвідомлене оцінювання ризиків, які існують у сфері відмивання коштів і фінансування тероризму, пов'язані саме з діяльністю НПО. Було би добре, якби національна оцінка ризиків враховувала це вже станом на зараз, але очевидна річ номер 2, в ній немає таких глибоких досліджень, які будуть, спойлер номер 2, згодом представлені у звіті колег з громсектору. Оцінка, попри те, що я розумію, що це не публічний звіт за 22 рік, і громадському сектору навіть немає куди подивитися, про що я зараз кажу, однак повірте мені на слово як представнику державної інституції, що в ній є спроби сказати про те, що певним видам організацій притаманні вищі чи нижчі ризики щодо діяльності, пов'язаної з відмиванням коштів, пов'язаної з фінансуванням тероризму, пов'язаної з розповсюдженням ЗМЗ. Однак загальний висновок про те, що нашим державним інституціям слід, особливо це мають, як на мене, враховувати колеги з профільного департаменту фінансового моніторингу Національного банку, що їм слід підійти до більш виваженого вказування чи формування методології для піднаглядних їм банків. Оскільки казати про те, що якщо особа займається діяльністю неприбутковою, це означає, що вона має критерій ризику, це не про ризикоорієнтований підхід, це про умовно презумпцію винуватості. Ми маємо відходити від цього. І насправді одним з кроків, які могли би почати дискусію в цьому напрямку, могла би стати публікація принаймні тієї частини НОРу, яка стосується неприбуткового сектору.
So this is about the sector of NGOs. And in the process of creating the methodology, and when we look at the previous results, we now understand how the sector should look like. Now, what else? A more obvious opinion, which stems from things that we saw before financial monitoring, is expensive. For banking institutions, they do not make a lot of money from providing services to the nonprofit sector. You know, there is not most paying clients. So creating some training programs, organizing training in risk management systems connected to IMLFT to take into consideration the specifics of the NGO sector and its operations. That would mean additional time. That would mean bringing in additional expertise, and we don't have a whole lot of expertise of that kind in the market as of now. And then something from outside should stimulate them, should motivate them.
Він буде до цього прагнути. У нас в даному випадку немає такого зовнішнього стимулу.
So in our case, we do not have a stimulus, like an outside stimulus, making us change the approach. And we never had a good vision about specifics of specific types of activities of each and every category and subcategory of NGOs and nonprofits. And we have about a dozen of those. So we must talk to the regulator. We must explain that banks need to learn more about it. And when such an incentive is created in the acts issued by the regulator, can we say that it will have a good impact, an actual impact on cooperation between NGOs and the banks? I don't think so. This outside incentive will not create additional expertise helping in this matter. And that means that the specifics of your work should be considered when they try to automate banking processes. Because, you know, holding financial monitoring by hand, when you have a specific person who has the understanding of NGO work, and the expert who realizes that there is an internal control system, as well presented. You know, there is the internal audit, and then they receive the money from the donors, and before that they passed multiple stages of the competition process, and they all have proper safeguards for misuse of funds. So it's a lot of additional information, which is not widespread, and we are trying to talk to banks, right, who are responsible for training. We try to send them the message, but until we step up our efforts, there will be no positive change. So what I wanted to emphasize about this topic, you know, automation is a key for streamlining processes connected to financial monitoring, so that no obstacles are created for the NGO work. So how do we do this? By training, by doing better risk management, because those automated systems, they need to be trained by people. We have to have a pool of experts who can become the source of the knowledge for the risk management officers in the banks. They should learn from each other. They should offer different trainings and activities and whatnot. Speaking about automation, you know, there was this obvious message. Before I jump to conclusions, I want to mention this. People, by their nature, they get fatigue, especially when, you know, for 3 years you are trying to defend yourself and your country, so you start making mistakes, and you are not perfect, right? That's the most obvious thing. Why I'm saying these obvious things yesterday, and I do not know if we have representatives from this organization, if they're connected to this discussion, but we have the Association of Young Lawyers. I highly recommend this organization. They have very good cases to present. So they had a discussion yesterday with Mr. Schaffer, who is a professor from the legal theory, and I will explain you the details of that. And this professor spoke about how people, lawyers in particular, misuse statistics. So why we have this problem with interpretation of statistics? Well, and where this problem is coming from? It is connected to evolution, evolutional processes. For the last 300,000 years, we all had this idea of finding patterns in the environment, right, as a mechanism of defending ourselves, protecting ourselves. You know, this is a tiger. Even if this is not a tiger, I will think it's a tiger and I will run away just in case. So sometimes we see results in the places where there are no results. Again, this is connected to the fact that we are human beings and we tend to do that. So when we talk about this problem, and there are linguists, there are psychologists who are trying to understand this problem and change it. But it's very difficult. You know, people oftentimes use calculators, they add information, they add data, and then they draw conclusions based on that. So if we want to make sure that our national risk assessment is the real source of information about vulnerabilities of the system, you know, a spotlight, in other words, which will show us where we have to focus our efforts, then those processes must be disconnected from human error or discretion. How do we do this? We have to have a set of information which is generated with minimal human effort. You know, something that is machine readable, something that is comparable, so that we could implement measures that are connected to risk assessment based on statistics, where everything is assessed and evaluated by machine, not by human beings. Now, conclusions. The European integration, which is in the title of today's panel, it's the objective which we all strive for. Now, this integration envisages that Ukraine will apply measures connected to implementation of recommendation of FAT, and the European Commission expects us to implement recommendations 6 and 7. And that was important for us to get the candidate status, and then we have to approximate other European standards in the area of AML and FT, and that will become the subject of their control and monitoring. So, of course, they will evaluate our adequacy. And from our standpoint, we probably will see some deterioration in this sector if we do not act, if we do not do anything. So we have to look into vulnerabilities in terms of cooperation between financial system and the non-profit sector, because otherwise we will have some really unpleasant conclusions from the evaluators. You know, they will say that the state fails to perform under recommendation 8. Something that looks quite obvious, but sometimes if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, it's not a duck. You know, it could be recommendation 1 that we fail to implement. We don't have a risk-oriented approach at the national level connected to assessing the risks in AML and FT, not just with nonprofits, but also with the entities that are subject to government financial monitoring. I'm not saying that it's absent completely, but we do have a problem with that. That's the research that is telling us about. But then, you know, your research, your paper is a confirmation of that. So for us to make sure that recommendation 1 is properly implemented, and then recommendation 8, we must show that the system that we've built is a system that is based on understanding the processes which exist in the country, right? Where the money go, where they spend the money, how they spend it, what kind of documents they can show to confirm the proper spending. we do have to have this understanding. We want to show all the paperwork, and then based on the available paperwork, we make this decision. But everything is by the book because, we know about specifics. There are no experts globally who we could bring to Ukraine and say, please come and train us to do this. It happened so that we ended up in a very unique situation. We have to survive. We have to fundraise, right? To buy satellites and drones and many more to survive. And at the same time, we have people who are not supporting this country. They are trying just to make money out of all this. So in these conditions, we want to draw a clear line between the good actors and bad actors. There is recommendation 8. After revision, it sounds like this. So we must stay away from temptation for unduly disruption of NGO activities. I did not translate it from English because for me, it sounds like, okay, let's keep it like this. Let's not intervene with agencies that do the good work, Let's use this financial resource. Let's automate the processes. And then let's use the experts who can help. And let's help through generating political will. And then let's put it in the legal acts. Let's put it in bylaws and regulations. And let's make sure that all these things are implemented in practice. Let's create a system which is based on assessment of objective circumstances instead of something that looks like a tiger but is not. All right. Thank you for your presentation. And now we all received some tasks ourselves, banks, public organizations, and that will be postponed, the discussion, until Q&A, because there will be some suggestions, there will be some reflection naturally. Now I'm giving floor to Yuri Konyushenko, who is the Department Director for Coordination and Monitoring in the MOF, Ministry of Finance of Ukraine. Now, in this very special field of regulation, all the roads take us to the MOF. So we come to you with legal uncertainty, with legal definitions which are not clear. We come to you when new legislation is implemented or launched. So for these several years, we were admitted to the process of more in-depth partnership, and we participate in public consultation process. On many occasions, with other CSOs, we participated in drafting of different rules and norms of our legislation. Some of them are dealing with European integration. So the civil society was working very well in the working group of the MOF, and they drafted the methodology for legal entities. And with joint efforts, they drafted a section that deals with charitable non-government organizations, again, so that we could create a proper understanding how this process can work, how it can be made transparent, and how in the public sector we can monitor any kind of impact on legal entities. So thank you so much, and please tell us about what's in store for us in future. What kind of domestic or international or European integration processes will happen. Thank you. And now you have the floor. Good afternoon, or good morning. Thank you for giving me the floor. I want to welcome the participants of this conference. I want to greet the representatives of civil society and international partners who have joined this gathering. I want to thank our defenders, men and women, who are defending our state and who allow us to do our work and who allow us to participate in events like this. Allow me to speak about some other things because after the previous presentation, I don't think I can add anything else. The presentation was quite complete. Now, speaking about partnerships and the history of partnerships between our ministry and the public sector, it is now featuring multiple successful stories and successful cases. We cooperate with the financial sector regularly. We cooperate with the CSOs, and there will be another gathering under the National Strategy for Development of Civil Society in Ukraine. So the representatives of CSOs participated very actively in the work of the MOF so that we could support compliance between our legislation and FAD standards and the standards of the EU. And that is one of the priority areas that's important for Ukraine's future membership in the EU. And that is mentioned in the progress report as part of the enlargement package for the EU. And participation of civil society sector in preparation of regulations was quite important. And we've been doing this to implement the mechanism of verifying information about the structure of ownership of legal entities and the beneficiary owners. So we have also created a joint document between the NBU and the cabinet, where we created a methodology to identify who the beneficiary owners are. And also we continue doing something in this regard. And we are working at the level of Ministry of Finance on April 2, 2024. We issued an internal order number 161, and with that we updated the form and the content of the structure of a legal entity. And we did this in such a format so that it's machine readable, right? Instead of just having an image, right? Which used to look like a scanned flowchart, organizational chart. So that now allows us to submit information to the single register of businesses in a uniform fashion. Now, this information is sent electronically. And in the future, this will also allow us to use software to verify information about the beneficiary owners. And we will be using this software along with the single business register. So we are in the middle of negotiations now, the negotiations with the Ministry of Digital Transformation and the Ministry of Justice. We are trying to create proper functioning software to do this job. So this kind of work, this kind of process will result in transparent structures of Ukrainian companies. It will improve transparency in public procurement, in utilization of public funds, donor funds, international funds, and among other things, it will allow to clarify what's happening in the so-called gray area of civil society sector and to draw the line between the good and the bad actors. So I also wanted to commend on the work of our partners from the CSO for the work that they have been doing. I want to thank different nonprofit organizations because they laid the foundation of this type of cooperation regulations, and the documents we prepared include our proposals. And we propose to improve the template documents posted on the website of the ministry, where we talk about different organizational structures of different entities. So thank you so much. You helped us a lot. As I mentioned already before, we have good consensus between all the stakeholder agencies.
Працюють над завершенням реалізації механізму розкриття і верифікації
and
інформації про
verification, disclosure of information about beneficiary owners and the structure of ownership is shared in a very good level. Also, we have the business development program, and there are certain measures mentioned in it for the Ministry of Digital Transformation, the Ministry of Justice, where they talk about submitting the information about the structure of business through the DIA web portal, and that would simplify operations of small, medium-sized business.
Також зазначу, що Мінфін
Also, I must say that the MOF, together with the Line Financial Committee of the Parliament, the financial monitoring of the NBU, are the entities that operate in the field of financial monitoring. So we all continue implementing FATF standards in our domestic legislation and also other standards and EU directives. And we know that our European partners identified some gaps in the field of financial monitoring, and we want to eliminate those gaps. And in the process of screening of our legislation, those gaps have been identified, as I said before. So to bridge those gaps, we create working groups on a regular basis, and we are trying to improve our legislation in the field of AML/FT. So we are happy to bring in international partners and CSO representatives to those working groups. We do this always, and we will continue doing so in the future. And to summarize, again, keeping in mind what's happening in Ukraine today, we face a lot of risk, not just in the financial system in Ukraine, but also it creates a huge risk for international financial system. Therefore, our efforts to fight crime in AML and financing of terrorists and collaborators. So all these efforts will make financial system safer and less vulnerable to threats. So thank you so much for cooperation.
Очікуємо на
And
майбутнє партнерство.
we are looking forward for future partnership and cooperation. Thank you. Thank you, Yuri. Thank you so much. And in your presentation, you mentioned so many important things that explains why we talk about the national assessment, because of PEPs, because of monitoring efforts, because of data discrepancy, a monitoring system. So there are so many things that we have to take into consideration. Thank you for holding this dialogue. Thank you for maintaining it. And this data exchange system will be improved, will be perfected, and we will clearly know who is sending the information, who is receiving it, what the procedure is, again, to make sure that the work of NGOs and nonprofits is smooth. All right, so thank you so much. Thank you for this dialogue. If there are questions, we will have a chance to ask them later. And the president of Financial Monitoring Academy, Mr. Mark, will have a floor. I know that time is very, very short, but you'll be able to make it. Well, you made a mistake today. You just have made a mistake. I never present less than 30 minutes. That is my defect as an educator, right? So after what previous speakers said, we see how cooperation takes place. Good intellectual cooperation, between the government, the public, the NGOs, and FATF standards. That's the ideal to which we all strive, right? This is the so-called soft legislation. And we understand that failure to follow the standard will create bad consequences for us. So my presentation will be built upon cognitive dissonance. I will be talking the different peaks. I will try to use simple words to explain complex financial monitoring.
Як для мене сталося сьогодні відомо, він не лише складний, він ще й дорогий. І пані Альона дуже правильно сказала.
Because as it was said today, financial monitoring is not only a complex thing, but a very expensive thing, which was rightly pointed out by Alona. Banks and private sector include financial monitoring in the cost. If you talk about charity organizations, non-profit organizations, how would you take that into account financially? So let me move straight to the conclusion. Financial monitoring is a protection for NPOs, for civil society organizations. But to arrive at this conclusion, so we need to start thinking allegedly financial monitoring is an issue for NPOs, but it's a wrong thing. I said that I am going to talk about some critical things. We are going to talk about in international standards, FATF, EU directives. I will try to find the right words to describe all of this, and I will try to show the specificity of today. I have prepared my presentation, and then at 2 a.m. I decided to resort to AI assistance, and I typed in the title of our session, Broad Partnership, key principle of Ukraine success implementing European integration requirements in AML CFT sphere under wartime conditions. That's the response of the AI. Absolutely true. So how you cannot agree with this? AI says that broad partnership is not just a desirable, but critical and necessary element for Ukraine in the course of implementation of European integration requirements in the AML-CFT under conditions of war. So if you talk about broad partnerships, that's a private-public partnership, public civil society partnership. When I said the Troika, it was an intentional mistake because we have 4 parties here. So we have the reporting entities, representatives, and SPFM is represented by private sector largely. So we have 4 parties. Speaking about European integration processes, we talk about bilateral cooperation of Ukraine and EU member states, multilateral cooperation, not only at the European level, but at the global level. For instance, ILO, Manival, any other organizations. We are going to include some other things into this. So effective types of partnership are indeed cooperation with international financial institutions that's engaging funds that's been attractive for the investors amidst the dire conditions of war. And if I stated that I'm going to talk about cognitive dissonance, that means that I am going to illustrate that with my personal experience. I've been working in public sector for 30 years plus, and I am the person that have been a member of a civil society organization for 10 years. I've been a founder of civil society organization for a year. I am a founder of Charity Foundation, and I used to be a director of Charity Foundation too. So that's the reason for me quoting my resume, because I'm going to say that there is a risk of money laundering where civil society organizations are engaged, and I do have full respect to those servicemen who every minute defend us. Thanks to them, we have this opportunity to meet and discuss all these important issues. And the subject matter of today's conference includes combating terrorism funding. Back in 2005, I developed my interest to financial monitoring, and it was very difficult for me to listen to the need of combating terrorism funding. At that stage, I was thinking, okay, is it Osama bin Laden that you're talking about? It's so far from Ukraine. We are an agribusiness-focused state. But to see what's happening now, combating terrorism funding is a top priority for our country. I'm not saying that that's the only top priority. We need to combat corruption. There are some other priorities as well, but that's really critical for us with strategic sectors development. Scientific progress is very important for us because modern war is the war of technologies. That's all important for us. But when at the beginning of the war, civil society sector provided absolutely invaluable support to the government through its self-sacrifice. And at the moment, the government is talking about the risks of civil society sector. Yes, we should talk about that because out of almost 200,000 civil society organizations, and a single one that allegedly declaring its noble mission pursues its ill intentions. I might be mistaken when I quote the numbers, but it seems to me that internationally we have around 3,000 kinds of sharks. Only around 10 of them are dangerous. But when I say a shark, do you imagine a harmless fish? When you swim in the waters of the Black Sea free from Russians and you see something that looks like a shark, would you recall statistics? No, you would start panicking immediately. So we have to realize that non-profit organizations under objective criteria hypothetically are vulnerable to money laundering. And the saying that a fly the fly in the ointment is something that is true here. So if you are informed, you are equipped. So that means that if you know the risks that civil society sector can be exposed to, we know what to pay attention to and how to protect ourselves, how a civil society sector could protect itself from all those ill-intended representatives of civil society sector. Using legal terms, we could talk about the source of increased danger. Vehicle, that's one of the sources. Everybody recognizes that, nobody argues. And nobody says that vehicles should be crossed out from our life. No, the car making industry keeps developing. We have electric cars, it keeps developing. AI is used in vehicles. That's an improvement. So if we recognize that we have risks of money laundering, with the use of civil society organizations, that wouldn't be a statement that it is a negative thing for civil society sector. We are just stating the need of managing these risks. We have to understand that if NPO
І вона вступає у взаємодію із суб'єктом первинного
enters
фінансового моніторингу,
into interaction with the reporting entity, then reporting entity is going to undertake some interventions that are based on FATF standards, on the EU directives.
І що це нас зупиняє?
Is that
Ні.
something that is going to
Ми з
stop
вами
us? No.
будемо далі розвивати.
We are going
Адже
to
в тому,
keep
що
developing,
здійснив громадський сектор,
since what has been done by civil society sector delivers lots of accomplishments for all of us.
але зазвичай нам
And
державні органи
it's important to do
вказують на
self-assessment.
ризики.
Normally, it is state authorities that point out to some risks. And the fact that civil society sector conducted self-assessment, somebody could accept it, somebody could be critical of it, and that's okay. There is nothing wrong about that. Saddam, Yednanya, these are big friends for the Financial Monitoring Academy. But we are engaged in the discussion. We do have one understanding, but the discussion is about the details. It's like a steak, great, good meat and a little bit of spices. So what we are going to discuss today is something that flavors this wonderful dish that is prepared by civil society sector. So we do have opportunities for further development. We are going to analyze effective legislation, whether it complies with EU standards, including we are going to look into the possibilities to deepen our knowledge, and it's good that the report speaks about the need of improving training, developing modules or programs on financial monitoring for civil society organizations, and the Academy will do its best to implement that through joint efforts. That's my hint how we are going to do that. It's good that this assessment speaks about the necessity of cooperating with state authorities. So through our concerted efforts, using different platforms, including this conference, we'll be able to find solutions to complex issues of financial monitoring. Thank you. I was holding my breath. Thanks a lot. Alona has a question to Yuri Konyushenko, and he is with us online yet. And then let's do without a break, because our international experts are ready to join in and make their presentations. We'll have a longer break later. Thank you. Yuri, you are quite right to point out that we have our legislation subjected to screening as to its compliance with FATF and EU standards. And I'm sure that in the course of this cooperation, the assessors are the people that will be happy to get engaged in the dialogue. The dialogue about our development of efficient system of national risk assessment. Why is it so important? The civil society organizations, especially those that are engaged in transborder cooperation and receive foreign funds, have some issues since banks that operate in other jurisdictions are not always aware of our specificities and the measures that we undertake to make sure that civil society organizations are reliable. And sometimes their accounts are blocked. Well, partly that's maybe because the civil society organizations do not have a regulator, so they are independent, so they sort of take care of themselves. I like this term, but well, there is nobody who would sort of talk for them and on their behalf at the international arena. Maybe we should have some kind of a platform to discuss this with our international partners so that we could explain that we have reliable civil society organizations so that they could include all of this in their national risk assessment. Because without that, this cooperation could be less effective in some instances. And if it is the authority that shapes financial monitoring authority that is going to organize this kind of, explanation or a conference, then it's going to be more convincing for, let's say, German authority, because German authority will be happy to meet with the Ministry of Finance rather than our committee. It's just my reflection. So meaning that we need to inform our international partners about the progress we made so that they know that we are reliable partners. Yuri, would you like to comment on that?
Наскільки ми тут взагалі можемо коментувати
Sure.
банківське регулювання, але дійсно у
I
нас
don't know
зараз
how much I can
використовується
comment on regulation, banks regulation, but jointly with the National Bank and other state regulators, we are working on this, and I guess we need to invite the representatives of our line parliamentary committee to get engaged in this discussion, because we submitted some proposals to improve legislation to them. And
по громадському сектору, ну хіба опосередковано прямо нам
civil society sector and challenges it faces are not directly covered there. It's indirectly only that we are trying to touch it upon. So any changes would have an effect on interaction of the banks and CSO. Whether we can have a meeting with the international partners. So the European Commission experts are EU experts, so they don't hold any positions in their respective jurisdictions.
Я думаю, що це можливо реалізувати.
And I think we could have some kind of an event with representatives of the committee and our international partners to highlight some issues. You know that we are always available, and if we can help you in any way with this event, we'll be glad to do that. Thanks a lot, dear colleagues, for new agreements to be made in real time. So it's not just follow-up steps, so that's actions that are in the making. Okay, thanks a lot for this discussion. Stay with us and get engaged in further discussions. We are not going to have any break, and let me invite the speakers of the next session that is going to be dedicated to the presentation of the report of an independent risk assessment of the nonprofit sector. That's Maria Polos, connected online, Ben Evans, co-founder and senior partner of Green Acre Group. That's our expert that project engaged. He developed a methodology of the assessment, and he
звіту і будемо щиро дякувати йому за
will comment on the implementation of the report, and he will talk about the prerequisites for the report as well. And another speaker is the Andriy Sukharina, Ilka Kucherev think tank. That's the Democratic Initiatives Center. Thanks a lot to the previous speakers for opening remarks, for theological, historic background about the things that we are going to focus on. So let me give the floor to Maria Paulos. She is a lawyer and she's in charge of the things that we are going to discuss in this session. And that's not just something that would be expressed in terms, but that's something that is supported by objective reality. Thank you. I take full responsibility that you've outlined. Unfortunately, I couldn't be present at the conference, but I am here connected online, and I will try to effectively present the report that we developed. Could you please put up the presentation on the screen? It's an independent risk assessment. Slide 2, please. The purpose of the research. Every study has its goal and methodology. Our purpose was identifying risk level for each of the categories of non-profit organizations. And there are 3 categories that were subject to scrutiny. That's public associations, religious organizations, and charity organizations. And this was identified as per FATF terminology out of all the range of nonprofit organizations. That's organizations that could have some signs of non-profitability, since non-profitability in Ukraine is linked to tax issues. We decided to focus on these 3 categories. Apart from risk levels, we pursued another goal to look at the factors that could mitigate these risks and what is it applied in practice. I see that the screen looks different. I'm not sure that you see my presentation because I see the icons of everybody who is connected online. So do you see my presentation? Could you please put it out on the screen? It would be good. Okay, so we see the presentation and you as well. Wonderful. So it wasn't just my glitch. Thank you. So mitigating factors. We are subject of analysis using different sources. These were interviews, that was the information from nonprofit organizations, from different stakeholders. But let me start with methodology. Risk assessment methodology to assess risks of NPO. It was mentioned before. I'm not going to dive in to the methodology, have QR to learn more about that. You can use FB of ZDEM. We made a presentation. There is a video recording. You can access our website and you will learn more about methodology. The structure of the research. The research or the study was pretty big. It is made of 6 sections. The first 3 sections or parts are dedicated to risk assessment, and to assess risks, we had to look into the vulnerabilities as per NPO categories. That was Ilka Kucherev Democratic Initiative that did that. Part 2, that was threat assessment, again based on the categories. You don't see the presentation again. And these 2 factors were consolidated when a vulnerability has been identified and these threats have been identified, then we can assess NPO risks. So that's section 3 that covers it. Let me just say what is very important about this study, reliability of the results. 80%, that's the level of reliability of our results. It was measured, and from my perspective, and according to the opinion of my colleagues, that's a very high indicator given the scale of this sector. 200,000, that's not civil society organizations, but roughly this number of NPOs was subject of our analysis. When it comes to time frame, we took 5 years, starting 2018 until 2022. Again, the reason for that so we covered 2023 because our research was a little bit delayed. Again, you don't see my presentation, but please try to fix it. Section 4, 5, and 6 don't have any impact on risk assessment. Part 4 is dedicated to NPO self-assessment. It was done in writing, and NPOs identified their own risks for their own organizations, and they also added any issues if they faced in terms of banks transactions, quality of the governmental interventions with respect to monitoring, and what is missing there. Part 5, that's stakeholders and donors, and the risks and what measures they undertake with respect to stakeholders and organizations and themselves, with the requirements to the partners, and their assessment of legal framework of Ukraine, and potential issues that they could foresee in the future in money laundering and FT. And section 6, that's analysis of NPO risk mitigation factors, what measures, what tools could be employed by NPOs to start with to protect themselves, and what the government can do to increase the level of protection of this sector. Can you do something about the presentation? I have a request to technical support team. Could you please turn off the icon of the speaker and show just the presentation then? Thank you. Risk level is based on the NPO categories, public associations and charity organizations, so that's low level based on the factors. Religious organizations were not measured. When it comes to threats, we didn't have sufficient information to measure that. When it comes to vulnerabilities and some of the threats, religious organizations unfortunately refused to get engaged in the polling. That's why we failed to measure that. Let me just make one caveat here. So we do not believe that we could automatically assign high risk level to religious organizations just for simple reason that we couldn't measure or substantiate our conclusions for lack of data. So let me take a pause here and let me give the floor to Ben. Ben, thanks a lot for being with us all this time. It was really complex time from the time we developed and agreed on methodology until finalizing the report. Thanks a lot for your recommendations and your experience. It was invaluable, and thank you for being so supportive. Thanks to you, we just polished our recommendations and conclusions. So the floor is yours, and please share your experience of working in Ukraine.
Thanks, Maria. Good morning, everybody. I'll just give you a second for those of you that need to switch over to the translation. There is a translation option available for you for those of you that are listening on Zoom. Thank you. It was my pleasure to be involved in this project. It's always great to see efforts by the sector to take the initiative and to take a lead on doing their own assessment of risks. For those of you that don't know me, my background, I spent over 10 years working as a regulator for the Charity Commission here in the UK. But for the last 20 years or so, my work has been focused on MPOs and terrorist financing and compliance with FATF Recommendation 8. And what that has meant over the last 10 years or so is that a great deal of my work is on risk assessments. Mostly I'm working with authorities and the MPO sector together to do joint risk assessments in compliance with Recommendation 8. But occasionally I have the opportunity to work with civil society to help them with the development of what we call sometimes shadow risk assessments or civil society-led risk assessments. And you mentioned colleagues from Germany, and I was working with our colleagues in Germany on that a few years ago. Also, more recently, been working with colleagues in Bulgaria as well as other parts of the world. I've also been involved with the authorities with risk assessments with other countries in the region, including North Macedonia, Albania, Bulgaria. I'll shortly be starting work with Moldova, also Azerbaijan. So what I wanted to offer really in my comments in this session is some context to the work that's been done, and then just a few comments coming off of that context in two parts. First of all, in relation to the methodological approach that's been taken, and secondly, in relation to the findings from the report or the recommendations that have come from it. So in terms of the methodological approach, there are some specific challenges that you face when you're trying to do a civil society-led risk assessment. Obviously, and most pertinently, is about access to information, because there is certain information that would go into a risk assessment, normally if the authorities are involved, which the civil society sector won't have access to. This includes confidential information, information from the intelligence agencies, information about ongoing investigations, which could have some kind of bearing or impact on the overall assessment of the terrorist financing or money laundering risk, but is information that is not normally in the public domain. So the lack of that information will obviously limit the ability to make an effective overall conclusion, and is more likely to make the overall assessment lower because you're not seeing this extra information that may lead to an assessment of a higher risk. However, I would say from my experience of working in a number of different countries on this, it's not necessarily the case that the intelligence agencies have huge amounts of cases in their folder on MPOs, or that there are lots of ongoing investigations which haven't come to light. Generally speaking, if there's been no public cases noted in the last 10 years or so, then it's you can assume that it's not necessarily the case that there will be lots of cases currently ongoing, or lots of confidential information which has not yet been made public. For those taking in mind those limitations, there are ways in which a civil society-led risk assessment can actually bring new information, or sometimes be more effective than a risk assessment that's just undertaken by the authorities. The sector-led risk assessments tend to be a more effective way of getting detail from the sector, particularly perceptions from the sector, what we call qualitative data in the risk world. Getting that information from the sector is usually better obtained if it's civil society that's asking for it, because they're more willing and more open to share their perspectives. And there's been some excellent work done within this risk assessment in getting those civil society perspectives on their view on the risk. The other thing that a civil society-led risk assessment can do is it can bring an independent interrogation of the data that government has, or an interrogation of the assumptions that are behind government policy. So that's an important part of this work, and certainly what we saw, what we've seen with other shadow risk assessments in the past. It's also an opportunity to kind of collate and clearly express the views and the concerns of civil society sector about policies in these areas. Now, in relation to this report, I think, I would say that it's not been, I did not develop the methodology for this report. It has been developed by our colleagues there in SEDEM. My job has been really to offer some comments and advice on specific aspects of the methodology as they've gone through. I would say that there is no one way in which you can do a risk assessment, and that the methodology that's been adopted, I think, is a very strong one. I particularly commend the transparency within the report about the methodological approach. Very many risk assessments will not provide much detail on the methodological approach taken or on the limitations that they faced. And I think this report is a really good example of explaining exactly how the information was collected and how it was analysed, and highlighting the limitations, because there are always limitations, there are always challenges. I mean, I know, for example, one particular challenge here, which is very common, I would say, for the region, in getting information from religious organisations. This is often a challenge I find when I'm doing risk assessments in this particular part of the world. In terms of observations on the results or recommendations from the report, one of the first things I will say is that I was very impressed by the data that was available. Particularly, there was a lot of really good detail on crimes, both money laundering and terrorist financing crimes, which was broken down, and the ability to be able to isolate the involvement of MPOs in those specific crimes, I think, was extremely valuable. There was also very good data. I think you have a good database, so you're able to have what we call the population of MPOs to enable us to undertake what we would call a statistically valid survey. That database has enabled this, I would say, unusually detailed analysis of the threat from different angles in relation to specific crimes. And I think that was a really strong part of the report. And Maria mentions as well the validity of the survey, receiving the 80% confidence that any answer is within plus or minus 5% of the correct answer. We talk about what a big part of my work is advising and helping to try to achieve statistical validity to the surveys. I work, generally speaking, with the authorities, and most authorities I work with do not get as good a result as 80%. So 80% is a very impressive level of confidence in those results, and something I think we should take. It means we can take those results quite seriously. The absolute gold standard is 95%. So the fact that we're approaching that within the circumstances, I think, is very strong. Just to finish, some notes on some of the outcomes, and three outcomes in particular that I wanted to, well, actually, there's four things that I wanted to bring up. First of all, I mean, the headline conclusion from the report is that the overall terrorist financing and money laundering risk for the sector is low. Now, I know that has been challenged by colleagues in the room from the authorities, and I understand if your job is to worry about terrorist financing and money laundering, you're never going to be entirely comfortable, and you will be thinking about and concerned about hypothetical risks. However, I think it's important to note that FATF, particularly with the latest reforms in FATF, has been really shifting the balance towards you have to demonstrate that risk genuinely exists to be able to justify taking regulatory measures to deal with that. You know, if we talk about the sharks, maybe only 1 in 3,000 sharks is deadly. You're right that we could still be scared of sharks, but if only 1 in 3,000 is deadly, that doesn't justify a cull of all sharks in the lake. So we need to make sure that our approach is based on data, is based on evidence, and we take an action that reflects the actual understanding of what that risk is. But I'd also say, putting it in that broader context, I mentioned the countries that I've worked in within Central and Eastern Europe. Generally speaking, those countries are finding the terrorist financing risk to be low or medium low. And that includes, that's also when you include data from official and confidential sources. Obviously, each country has its unique circumstances, and Ukraine has a particular set of challenges, but it's important that we make sure our actions are based upon upon that data. Second point, I think the recommendation that came out, that more outreach is needed. Every single risk assessment I've done anywhere in the world, we always find that more outreach is needed. Really, it's one of the most effective ways of dealing with potential terrorist financing risks. It's the only way of really dealing with risks in a low risk environment where those threats may be hypothetical. FATF does emphasize that. So certainly the conclusion there is absolutely typical of just about every country in the world. The third conclusion that jumped out for me was this issue of access to banking services. Now, this has become a really big issue for FATF over the last few years. I think the conversation first started at the global level about 10 years ago, when FATF, it took some time to persuade FATF that this was a real issue. They started taking this issue seriously about 5 years ago. And what we've seen now in the new best practices paper, which came out in November last year, is a real focus on the financial access for MPOs and making sure that our measures do not inadvertently limit the ability of MPOs to access financial services. I've been, through my surveys, been asking questions about financial access for MPOs for a few years now. And we've shared this survey in about 10, 15 countries. And the survey in this report was based on the survey that I developed. Certainly, the fact that it's been highlighted as an issue in Ukraine is not unusual. What is unusual is the level of the issue. I would say it's particularly high, the results in Ukraine. There's a particularly large number of NGOs are reporting challenges with access to financial services. So that's the thing that jumps out to me from a broader context, is this seems to be a bigger issue within Ukraine than in other countries that I've been working in. So final point, there's just one thing I just want to bring up. I know that this report is largely driven by money laundering and terrorist financing, and I agree with the assessment of the risks from money laundering and terrorist financing. It largely, I think, a low or low medium risk would feel about right to me within the circumstances. The one thing, though, that I don't agree with in terms of the response from the sector is their perception of the risk from fraud. Now, FATF is only concerned with terrorist financing, and we've also included money laundering here. Fraud is outside of this kind of world. But my background is as a general regulator. And I can tell you from certainly my experience in the UK is that it's extremely unusual for an MPO to be a victim of terrorist financing or a victim of money laundering. But fraud, it happens all the time. And the cases that came across our desk in the UK were fraud, people defrauding MPOs in various ways. Now, there isn't the same focus on this because it doesn't have the same kind of, it's not on the international policy agenda in the same way that terrorist financing and money laundering is. Obviously, when we're talking about the FIU, they need to focus on TF and money laundering. But for speaking now to the MPOs in the room, and particularly to the chief executives and to the finance directors, on a day-to-day basis, for your organization, the biggest threat you will face is fraud. So for 85% of organizations to say that they think they're at low or very low risk of fraud, I'm not sure I agree with that one. So for those of you that have that responsibility, please don't be complacent about that fraud risk that your organization may face. That's an aside. Overall, I think this is an excellent report. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be involved in this work. And I look forward to hopefully engaging with you further as we go on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben. I feel so proud, still humbled, proud for the work of the whole team, with engagement of international experts as well, and extremely proud that we induced you to give us so many good assessment evaluations that make us feel that we are doing something really, really useful here and good here. And absolutely remarkable that you are drawing the attention to the difference between the terroristic and fraud issues. And we definitely need to have a deeper look at this one. Thank you so much for being a part of this methodology and this report. And зараз я би хотіла передати слово пану Андрію.
I'm giving floor to Andriy. Please, just a couple of words. Tell us about this open, honest, competitive process. And we looked at all of the important professional features, and we selected the organization that had the best knowledge and skills and preparedness, including moral preparedness, to run this survey, because the methodology is quite complicated, and that was very important to find and select a good partner who is also a good expert and with good reputation. And I'm very happy to cooperate with Ilko Kucherev Democratic Initiatives Fund, because this organization is also participating in advocacy campaigns, which are implemented by us to minimize bad consequences of implementation of AML/FT legislation. So we understand that we have symbiotic relationship. We want to have high quality research, and we also want to adhere to highest standards. So we undertake this complicated assignment and we complete this research so that it produces objective, strong results. Thank you for cooperation. I'd like to thank the entire team of the organization, including Svetlana Berbeluk, who is the chairperson of the fund. Now you have the floor. Please tell us about the report. Right. Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for this initiative. Thank you for preparing the report. Thank you for finalizing the report. I will be very brief because, again, you know, the report is quite huge. It has 6 components. I will talk about just one. So I will be very brief. So speaking about CSO surveys, right, and their vulnerability with regard to mentioned above issues. So this survey was held by the Democratic Initiatives Foundation using the CDM methodology. 185 organizations were surveyed between November last year and April this year. So we were collecting general information about the organization. That was important for us to get the big picture, to understand what kind of organization are we dealing with. Then their financial situation, you know, for the block 1 of our survey, and then internal policies and governance in this NGO. And what we see in the report, that's segregated data, summarized data that's been converted based on the methodology which CDM created to classify them based on the risk, because the questions, of course, look different, and they did not look like this. We were trying to collect the most appropriate information, valid information. So from that sample, right, from that sample which we used, there were many organizations. We broke them down into religious, charitable organizations, non-profits. So we did randomized sampling. We were trying to talk to selected organizations. It was not very easy. It was a process, and then we started the survey. Of course, we came across limitations. Of course, we came across difficulties. Therefore, we could not attain the expected result in full. We did not survey religious organizations. And the probable reasons for this are presented in the report. And also, the performance rates are not as good for the survey as we wanted them to be. Of course, the questions are sensitive. You know, no one likes to talk about money and fraud or misuse. And also the conditions of war. We are very suspicious. We are not ready to share information. And this is not about this specific survey, it's about sociological surveys in general. You know, how you can reach out to people, how open these people. That's very difficult. And we understood that as a limitation, right? So let's talk about conclusions after the survey. Well, the result is good because, you know, from these many organizations we surveyed, we understand that the level of risk is low. Of course, there were vulnerabilities, but they are not enough to have any kind of impact on the overall assessment. Naturally, we talk about AML and FT and WND proliferation threat. You know, there is such a question, and we are trying to look at this issue from different perspectives, from the standpoint of the donor and then the nonprofit itself and general public. So there we believe that the level of vulnerability was low or medium low. And then in the field of audit and control, again, we see that the level of vulnerability is low, medium low. When we talk about lack of independent audit, the 18% of surveyed agencies were classified as high level of vulnerability. And in fact, that's not all, right? Not all organizations were categorized as such, only those where there was no audit, and then those that operate with some substantial financial flows. Obviously, if an agency is not having any funding, then really having audit for no funding is not necessary. So don't even classify this agency as high risk or high vulnerability. So let's have a look at the charts. Let's have a look at how this is visually represented. And we now show you all the surveyed organizations. So low level of vulnerability, high level of vulnerability in red, and somewhere in between we have medium low, or medium high. But for most of the items, as you can see on the slide, the ability to withstand the threat of misuse in the area of AML and FT from the side of PEPs, and then abuse of financial resources and using different schemes for money laundering. You know, those are the risks, but along those vulnerabilities or risks, the situation is quite good, you know. But as I said before, there are still certain details which needs to be taken into consideration. You know, we're asking about the presence of independent audit, then the transparent cash flow in this nonprofit, then opportunities for misuse or fraud. So, you know, I'm repeating again, but it's important. So we have to still look closer at these things. They did not impact my overall assessment, but this does not mean that these vulnerabilities do not exist. All right, let's move on because there is another block of issues that is connected to what we are now discussing. So the statutory or core functions and internal policies, that is yet another block of questions. We were asking about vulnerabilities here. So the overall level of vulnerabilities can be classified not as low, but as medium low. Well, not very scary, not very high, but still higher than average. So if we talk about specific details, and we may now switch to the next slide, and here you see some of these vulnerabilities. So registration and operations in the combat zone or in the occupied territory. A large territory of Ukraine was occupied. Then there is the combat zone as well, and many NGOs, many non-profits, they operate in the near front line area or in the occupied territory. So I don't think you can blame anybody for doing this. We can only say thank you for doing that type of work. But that's a vulnerability, of course, to some extent. Then, of course, there is the medium-low level of personnel participating in AMLFT, so that's medium-low here. And we have two more risks, two more vulnerabilities, which we classify as medium. Availability of tools for counteracting IMLFT by the responsible personnel, availability of special policies that allow to eliminate conflict of interest. So do you have it or do you not have such a policy? And ability of NGOs to operate openly and transparently. We talk about public reports, not just submitting tax declarations, right? But to also publicly report about your operations on a website, in social networks, in the community where you operate as an NGO. So that's my quick summary, right? That's just one little part of the research, and these are the vulnerabilities that were found. Of course, we understand that there are limitations. Of course, we understand that there are some difficulties, and we were not able to attain all of the results we wanted to attain. Nevertheless, this is a good background. This is a good staging area from which we can start discussions and dig deeper. That's pretty much it. I was trying to be brief. Okay, thank you so much. That was brief, but quite open. You provided us good details about a very important part of the report. And then I wanted to give word to Maria, who will provide more details about the report and which components can be called individually custom-made components which were created considering the specifics of Ukrainian realities. Okay, thank you, Anna. Thank you, colleagues. I wanted to ask you to show us the slide on this presentation with threat assessment. So threat assessment, of course, I will have to continue along the lines of Andriy. And after these vulnerabilities, we had to look at threats, of course, and the overall assessment was low. We heard the feedback from colleagues from the state financial monitoring, and they said that, well, we do not agree with everything, but it is important to emphasize that the overall threat assessment is low. Of course, there are some specific factors of which we spoke in the report, where we see the threat level is higher. And we talk about the fact that NGOs have to take this into consideration. And other participants, other stakeholders also have to take it into consideration. So again, we talk about AML and FT. Fraud was discussed extensively before, and then misuse of humanitarian aid, misuse of irrevocable aid, financial aid as well. So that yet another high threat indicator based on our research. Because more than half of court sentences involved NGOs in this field. And we also point out the threat of misappropriation and abuse of all. So those are
потребують більшої уваги зі сторони громсектора, зі сторони
that require more cooperation. on behalf of different participants. Speaking about FT, well, we provided medium-low assessment of this threat, and there are so many factors that impact the situation. Andriy mentioned this already. You know, we have the ongoing war, and Russia, the terrorist state, keeps attacking us, and there are some organizations that operate in the near front line or temporary occupied territories. So you cannot really ignore that kind of threat. That's just not wise to ignore this type of threat. Also, we took into consideration the fact that for the past few years, from the beginning of invasion, the numbers have grown. And I'm talking about court sentencing, right, with regard to termination of operations by an NGO just because their operations create threat for the state.
Загальній сукупності ми не вважаємо себе вправі визнати
So we do not believe that this kind of threat is low, I mean FT, because, well, we say that it is FTML, but that's kind of, you know, general scenes. That's a kind of, you know, something general that involves lots of other more detailed threats behind it. As to risk of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, the threat or risks are low here because we didn't find any information about this. Official statistics doesn't have it. Here we faced some limitations, in particular.
Були проблеми з тим, що
There were some issues when processing statistics received from General Prosecutor's Office and statistics from the website of the Supreme Court. All of the data, the number of committed offenses, indictments,
судових рішень немає
and verdicts lacked categorization
чи стосуються вони
of NPO, and there was no specific indication whether it was any official involved. So this information is not collected by respective authorities or is not broken down in this way. So it was very difficult to measure the threat to this end. If you say that there is a high risk of fraud, that's a general level of risk for anybody in the state, for all legal entities and physical persons. But what would be a threat for the NPO? Well, here we tried to analyze the register of court decisions to look into the verdicts delivered with respect to NPOs. For instance, the organization was an instrument to commit a crime, or the leaders, the CEOs of this organization committed some offense. Well, we cannot claim that we have identified absolutely all persons, organizations. The register is a huge register, and we did our best, but we might have overlooked something there. But that's something that could lead to the request to state authorities. at national risk assessment, if you want to measure threat and you disagree with our assessment, then our suggestion is collecting necessary statistics to measure it. Next slide. Self-assessment and survey. So that's section 4. It was written survey conducted with respect to the organizations. Unfortunately, we didn't collect the expected number of responses. Potential reason for that could be, since referred to by Andriy, that's martial law, sensitivity to information, but for us as NPOs, that's a sign that we need to talk more about preventing ML and FT. We do understand that if 34% of organizations require additional information about that, that means that the sector is under-informed to this end. So that's a task for us and for the government as well, and other organizations that work in this area to train the entire sector and to keep talking about the necessity of understanding the risks and measure vulnerabilities and threats for each and every organization internally, so that you could manage risks and avoid troubles. Most of the respondents assessed the risk of using civil sector as low or lacking, and from our perspective under martial law and given the data we requested could prove that there is another need of information awareness campaigns for the entire sector. The survey identified some difficulties of interacting with bankers. There were organizations that pointed out to excessive red tape. And as to the state measures to counter ML and CFT, organizations stated that they do have an effect, especially if it is about transborder transactions, and excessive financial monitoring could be caused by the war in the country and by the fact that non-profit sector was deemed to be high-risk client for reporting entities. I mean, NPOs that was subject of our assessment as public associations, charity organizations, and religious organizations. To be more specific, national risk assessment, the last national risk assessment found this group of organizations as high risk entities. The fifth chapter was about donors and stakeholders. That's EU delegation, the European Endowment for Democracy, the International Center for Non-for-Profit Law, German Marshall Fund of the US, International Renaissance Foundation, International Charity Organizations, Eastern Europe Foundations, Yednanya, and Internews Ukraine. On behalf of all the researchers, let me express our deep gratitude to all donors who got engaged for sharing their experience and vision that was extremely valuable and necessary for us, since recommendation 8 speaks about cooperation with donors. that is a necessary element to employ the best practice of ML and CFT for nonprofit organizations. And I do hope that this report and this cooperation was the first step to make sure that this recommendation is implemented. So donors conduct a prior analysis and assessment of grantees. That's a must for them, and they do that. They require that NPOs have their internal policies on AML and CFT and respective financial reporting. That's the practice that is employed by all donors. The donors say that trans-border financial operations have become complicated. There were different instances to prove that. So the money could not be returned from foreign account, money could not be transferred to their jurisdictions. I think that's a room to work on with the government because unfortunately the war is not going to be over tomorrow, and the sector should work, and it should work without additional limitations. And Anna's also said that the banks scrutiny is reinforced and operational expenditures increased due to enforced financial monitoring, so that increased the cost to employ the professionals to deal with the challenges. And Donna's also mentioned the delays of financial transactions. Stakeholders survey, and here we have the organizations that enjoy respect and reputation in Ukraine. These are large expert AML CFT organizations that include Transparency International Ukraine, a charity organization Caritas Ukraine, Center for Economic Strategy, Association of Bandita, Ukrainian Volunteer Service, Tabletechki, Charity Foundation, associations of women lawyers, URFEM, Agency for Recovery and Development. And again, we would like to express our gratitude for sharing their experience and your vision of the issues that you are facing and ways of overcoming them. And thanks a lot for contributing to this report. Stakeholders, based on their experience, employ internal policies to hire staff for procurement, to verify partners, counter agents, etc. They comply with the donors' requirements to minimize AML and CFT risks, reportable difficulties linked to restrictions or limitations of trans-border financial operations. So that's a kind of a general issue. Everybody quotes issues with bank transactions. That's NPO in their surveys, stakeholders and donors. Everybody states that they are facing serious issues there. So that's a real bottleneck, and we need to deal with that. And I guess that's reporting entities and the government and non-profit sector should address that. Stakeholders are cautious of strengthening or enforcing, rather, monitoring of the NPO sector by the government. That's something that may happen. They are concerned about bureaucracy and lack of transparent communication on the part of the government as to new legislation on AML and CFT. The law was adopted in 2019, some bylaws were adopted in 2022, so that's very recent changes, especially when it comes to beneficial ownership definition. So stakeholders do understand that we need to meet with European integration requirements and our compliance with international standards. However, we needed to have proper communication with the government. So as soon as there are some changes made, the sector should understand what kind of changes have been introduced and what effect it's going to have on operational activities, whether there are any additional requirements for the sector have been introduced, and what would be the consequences for failure to comply. Risk mitigating factors analysis, a very valuable part of the assessment. I would recommend reading it in detail, but in this slide you have really concise information. So here is conclusions that are divided into two parts, state measures of mitigating risks and the results of risk mitigations introduced by NPO. So what should we work with? The colleagues have already mentioned that we'll be happy to work together with the government as NPO to improve the situation. So at the moment, there are no training programs, stated training programs for NPO and donor community on AML CFT risks. We heard what Rostislav was saying, and we'll be happy to participate and make sure that these programs are available at the academy. A lack of state policy aimed at accountability, integrity, and establishing trust of civil society to administration and governance of NPO. That's recommendation 8. That's something that we are ready to work on too. Application of the legislative requirements, that's something that was mentioned in combination with some issues of pursuing risk-oriented approach and the specificities of the legislation that governs bank services and governs the work of non-profit organizations that leads sometimes to obstacles in the work of NPO, and that's something that we need to work on since as per recommendation 8, these obstacles should be minimized so not to disrupt the legitimate activity of NPO. That's what recommendation states. And again, there is some significant progress when it comes to consultations with the civil society, and I left it as the last item because we need to finish on a positive note. We have lots of accomplishments, and we need to talk about that. Conclusions based on the results of risk mitigation measures employed by NPO. The quality of NPO management, according to the report, depends on the size of the organization and the scope of its activity and the territory it works and areas of its work. So when assessing the quality of management or governance and the practices introduced, we need to take into consideration the relevance. We support the idea of independent audit by organizations. That's just an example, but we do understand that independent audit is the cost for the organization. If it is a small organization and if that's the organization that doesn't have a lot of funds and its work is limited geographically, let's say it's a small local organization, so would it be relevant, would it be appropriate for this organization to have independent audit and spend so much money on this? Because the organization doesn't have much money, and it is unlikely that this organization is going to be attractive for fraudsters. So maybe transparent reporting would be sufficient. So we have to look at the relevance, and we need to pursue risk-oriented approach at all levels, not only by the government, but NPOs themselves should apply risk-oriented approach. So organizations submit financial reports unless these are dormant organizations. Dormant organizations, that's a special scene. They were not subject of our research. But I have to mention this because we have around 200,000 NPOs on the register. And the question is how many of them are actively working organizations. At the moment, we sort of feel that it's not that many that can be considered active or actively working organizations, but that's a subject matter for another research. Organizations started introducing the practice of verifying their clients, including international partners, and that's an advantage.
На завершення ключові
To
рекомендації,
conclude, that's key recommendations that we've included in our report. We would recommend to respective state authorities to continue developing the system of informing NPO about their AML-CFT risks. Training programs should be introduced and developed for NPO. Since we identified the issues with bank services, we have to develop measures to prevent the ungrounded banking de-risking. We are ready to find a solution jointly here. It is also necessary to get engaged in information awareness work among the NPOs for them to introduce internal politics when hiring, procuring, and when undertaking anti-corruption measures. That's a recommendation for everybody, for state authorities, for NPOs to train and share experience. There is one spoiler here. We are going to do the following. We are going to have a guidance that would include the best practice on AML CFT, where we would include some kind of, basic policies that could be pursued by the organizations, and we could recommend this for the organizations to implement them and use this guidance. We do hope that state authorities, in particular Ministry of Finance and State Financial Monitoring Service, would get engaged in this process and would recommend this guidance to be used as well. We recommended to NPOs to consider the possibility of implementing the necessary internal policies and be proactive and participate in public consultations to shape state policy. And recommendation for lawyers, we do understand that EU legislation should be complied with. We implemented, we have European integration commitments, but when implementing European Union legislation, we recommend to organize consultations with civil society sector and other stakeholders to take into consideration the reality of the war in the country, the context of the war in the country, because it's not always when all requirements could be applied as they are. Thank you. We were carefully listening to your presentation, and we missed technical break, since the technical break is necessary. And to everybody, let's take a 5-minute break, grab a cup of coffee, stretch your legs, and we'll be back in 5 minutes to start the next panel discussion. Let me thank Andrei, Ben, Maria for this presentation. Everybody will have a chance to read this big report, and we would appreciate your feedback on it. And I think we'll continue the discussion today, and I think we'll have some comments and feedback here, and we would appreciate that. We'll see.
Всім взяти води, трішечки вдихнути повітря, визирнути за вікно, впевнитися,
So we had a chance to breathe in, breathe out, have some water. We checked outside the window that everything is safe in case it's not safe in the place where you are. In case we hear air raid alerts, sirens, please take shelter. The online broadcast continues. We are in a shelter right now, or the premises where we are can be used as shelters. So CDM website, then the Initiative for Sectoral Support of Civil Society in Ukraine, and there is an English language broadcast on YouTube, and the link to the English language YouTube broadcast is posted on our social networks, and you have a chance to ask the speakers and the presenters, and those who watch us via Zoom, you can post your questions in the chat. Those who watch the online broadcast, you can ask your questions there, and our team will then post those questions to the presenters. Now we will talk about the implementation of FAT standards by Ukraine and assessment by Moneyval. And we have Olena Werner with us. We have Serhiy Rybchenko, Ben Evans, and Maria Polos.
Першим, що хотілося би тут
The
зробити,
first
це
thing I wanted to do
насправді багато про що вже говорили в
is to
попередніх
say that
панелях.
many things have been already discussed by the speakers during the previous panels. Now we will have a chance to have a look at this issue from the standpoint of international commitments and from the standpoint of what our government entities are doing so that we could successfully pass Moneyval assessments. What kind of steps we have to make, what kind of conditions, circumstances have been created. Maybe something has transformed. So, and the first person to present is going to be Olena, who is the aide to Olga Vasilevska-Smaglyuk, the MP. Right, thank you. And I will try to make my presentation short with respect to all of the participants. If we will look at the question of what self-assessment has been doing in the context of our attempts to retain at least the same level of evaluation under recommendation 8, I wanted to point out a few key things. Number one, this self-assessment raised the question of adequacy of methodology quite acutely. And I'm talking about its appropriateness, adequacy for all of the assessed entities. As for me, this short friction between Maria and colleagues from the State Financial Monitoring about the respect to the results, but limitations with regard to complete consideration of the results. Well, we have to speak the same language, and the same language means methodology. So, for the next steps, which are connected to evaluation of vulnerabilities, those steps have to be quite solid, and they have to take into consideration variables and the variable nature of things. So we have to focus on the fact that more stakeholders are brought on board to review the methodology for the next year, for example. And today's presentation of the research paper prompted me the idea of bringing more people, hearing more voices who could help us generate a better methodology. Now, there will be another question raised after we hear the results of the survey and as we move towards reevaluation in 2027. So we talk about Part 8 of the recommendations, and as Part 8 says that the state must properly explain its expectations about the sector of nonprofits and explain where the vulnerabilities are. I already touched upon the question in my presentation, and it will be also assessed by the colleagues from the institutions that perform their assessment. Colleagues from the European Commission, colleagues from Moneyval. So they will be doing this. They will pay attention to this. And we also must say that the report, the 2017 report, and there are top 5 people who regularly visit this webpage on this website of the State Financial Monitoring Service. Well, I intentionally looked at the results in the report of 2017, and there was some awareness raising work for the nonprofits. And the state said that, well, it's all on the website. Visit the website, read everything. It's in Ukrainian, and it should be all clear for you. I do not know how this works, to be honest. I do not know how we are supposed to show availability of effective communication with the state, because the state has its own limitations, and they are cautious with regard to entities that cause them to be cautious. So we also understand the need of the Academy of Financial Monitoring to become the flagship in the area of designing specific programs connected to training of personnel in nonprofits. That's good. That's, I think, is a great thing. But we also must remember that those special training courses, that's not enough, right? When we talk about 241,000 organizations, right? And no matter how capable your agency is, but training just one person from such an entity is gonna be costly and will take a lot of time. It's a difficult process, especially when we talk about proper trainings where you can do practical work, where you can do Q&A, where you can design documents and do other things, right? So that's why this process, as for me, needs to be multifaceted. And one of such facets in this multifaceted process is going to be the change in the approach. And I'm using wrong terms here, but anyways, people are trying to hide certain things from unnecessary attention. And that needs to be open, right, in terms of vulnerabilities. So I think that in the framework of this awareness-raising campaign, which the state is obliged to implement in line with Recommendation 8, some data which has been embedded into the results of the survey, they need to be adapted, they can be disseminated. We have to create a block of information and awareness-raising messages where we show how the risk of NGOs, nonprofits, and money laundering is realized, and how all that is used for fraud purposes. Well, I also Googled it. That's not a proper research, but still I Googled it. And for the last, I tried to see how many bad news we had for the last couple of years about FT and NGOs. It's either the Google didn't show me good results, it's either my computer broke, but I did not find any results about it. So there was some fraud. There were some criminal groups that were disguising themselves as NGOs, and they were just trying to defraud people of their money through fundraising. But again, that happens everywhere. That happens all across the world, and you cannot fully prevent this from happening in the future. But does this mean that this really label sustains the entire sector? No. We have to train the organizations and regular citizens, right? How do you tell a good organization from a bad one? How do you tell that this organization has proper policies? How can you tell that they are using funds properly? Or how do you tell that these fraudsters, who will run away with your money? So we have to somehow unfold this compressed information about high-risk transactions and make this information more accessible.
Приблизно майже все те саме, що пані Марія дуже розгорнуто і
The previous report from 2022 have demonstrated similar things as we see in this research. The overall level of risk is not as high, but still there are some high-risk nuances, some things, but still this does not allow us to conclude that the entire nonprofit sector is vulnerable. Why I'm concluding like this? Well, I fear that someone in uniform will show up and arrest me for presenting classified information, and also we are having streams in English, just for your information. Well, I am ready to sacrifice myself for the sake of the nonprofits. So these are the numbers from 2022. So we are saying that as of the end of assessment, and we're talking about January 1st, 2022, there were 241,000 NGOs. It's 16.8% out of the total number of illegal entities. And I want to digress a bit. And Samantha made a research with regard to compliance of our legislation to recommendation 8. And there was one little thing in her report which made me think. She asked a rhetorical question. She said, do you understand how many NGOs we have in Ukraine without the status of legal entity and they still operate, right? So do we have that type of understanding? What do they do? What's their purpose? And that is a very interesting question, which makes us think. But we are getting back to this 241,000. So this is how many NGOs we have. Back in 2019 and 2021, in 3 years, the state financial monitoring has received information about around 300,000 transactions, which were performed by more than 13,000 NGOs. Well, that is an answer to the question of Maria about how many active organizations we have that perform some operations and that may potentially create a threat in terms of AML-FT. We also should remember that out of 241,000, 13.7 were somehow reported to the financial monitoring, and it's about 5 to 6%, if I'm not mistaken. If it's more, I do not know. Maybe I'm not sure that there are more active organizations of this kind. So we talk about a couple of tens of thousands of organizations. Out of 270,000 reports, 99% of those reports were the reports that were submitted to the state financial monitoring just because they went over the threshold. So the transaction was above threshold. It was more than 400,000. This does not mean that it was a legal transaction. This does not mean anything. Going over formal threshold, and the government decided to flag it. So out of all of the transactions reported to financial monitoring, only 1% had to do with the fact that some of the entities, monitored entities, thought that this transaction was suspicious. Can we say that this is high-risk sector when only 1% of transactions that were reported were the transactions where you can actually claim that suspicions arose? Well, during 2019 and 2021, the state financial monitoring, following the results of processing this 271,000 requests, they submitted 183 cases for further investigation. So we talk about transactions worth of 13,478 million. Well, again, if we unprofessionally divide one by the other, it's like 70 plus million per transaction. Well, I do not know NGOs that operate with that much money. Maybe Poverny Живим, Come Back Alive Foundation. Maybe Serhiy Prytula Foundation, because they were fundraising for an actual satellite. So 17 mil, well, that's really some fantastic number. You know, through the entire life cycle of an NGO, they might not be able to reach this number. So this is an anomaly, and for me, it's just interesting to understand what's that, why these numbers were huge, and what kind of operation involved this much money. That's where you have to shed some light and show that these financial transactions, which were reported to the law enforcement, they differed exactly because of that. They were trying to do this, and that's how we found out. But talking about the entire sector, NGOs, law enforcement, they all need to understand what to look at, because you will not be able to reach your destination if you didn't know what your destination is. Same here. You know, if we want to appropriately avoid risk, we need to understand how the risk looks like. And having said that, this is already like the second block of questions with regard to this presentation. So something needs to be done about access to relevant information, how risks look like, and what those organizations look like, those that really participated in fraudulent activities. Then there is another important block of issues. This is the question which we all mentioned in the report. It's about de-risking, right? It's about unjustified rejection in provision of services or termination of business relationships with NGOs. Back in 2019, there were cases of rejection and cases of termination, 107 cases actually. In 2021, it's 67 cases. Well, we are looking at the data from the report. Then the highest number of rejections back in 2019-2021 was connected to failure to provide by the nonprofit upon request of clarifying information. It's 32%, and also identifying this NGO as high risk. Well, we can conclude that it's not always the case when NGOs understand what kind of papers they need to submit to financial institutions, not because they don't want to do this, but because they don't have those papers, or they were not ready to provide those papers in the time that was given to them by financial monitoring. And then the financial monitoring not always knows what kind of documents the NGOs can provide to them to confirm certain things. And then, of course, they reject without that type of information. So we have to clarify these numbers. We have to clarify why these cases arise, and that is very important. Your self-assessment will give us exactly that. You know, this is the diagnosis, right, that we all have, and now we need to understand how to treat the disease. But before treating the disease, you have to run tests, right? You have to run tests, you have to understand where you have a health problem, and that's what we are trying to do. You know, and to do this with high quality, we have to make sure that this approach is streamlined. Instead of talking about percentage, we need to have clarity about what actually happened. I'm not insisting on declassifying this report and making it public. I'm saying that the sector needs to know about this information. They need to be ready. They need to have some level of expectation with regard to how cooperation with financial monitoring works. And we need to understand what are the rules of the game and whether their demands are legitimate or not. And that's how we can have proper interaction, and that's how we can support the process, which is in line with proportionality of the risk that the organization bears towards the demand of submitting documents to confirm the legitimacy of its operation, which is not going to create obstacles. And that's how we support recommendation 8 and its implementation, and we will do it even better than we did it before. Now, these are the three key things, key objectives which we have to follow And I think that next year will become the year when we will do this more actively, right? And we will have a proper approach in place, we'll have proper methodology in place, and then we will run our assessment, and we then understand where the vulnerabilities are, and when we do all this, we will make sure that it's all properly reported in clear form to those who operate with this information. And then after this, in 2027, we can rest assured that everything will be fine. That's what I wish. Incredible, right? We wanted to finalize on a positive note, and there are so many things that need to be accomplished. But before 2027, we have to make it, because we don't have any other chance or choice, to be honest. Thank you so much. I took notes, and our audience also has certain thoughts, ideas, reflections, but time is very short, and I want to give floor to Sergei Rybchenko. And as I presented other speakers, I wanted to say a few things. Mr. Rybchenko always asks to be presented as enthusiast in AML/FT, not as an expert. And in my opinion, for these several years, with his help, we were able to build a communication platform where we all met. We meet on this platform even now, and we try to develop this level of trust between all of the participants. So thank you. I want to also thank the project which you manage. It's the project about strengthened measures in the area of AML/FT. I'm not going to provide you any kind of framework about the content, but if you could please make it in 7 minutes, 7 or 8 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Right. I will try to make it time, considering things that were mentioned before me. And if we miss something super important, they will point it out. But these 7 minutes provided to me, I wanted to spend talking about the project and what we do. I wanted to remind everyone why we talk about this. So why do I like this international system of AML and FT? The system is very clear. The system is very logical. It's like playing soccer, where we have clear rules. Those are the FATF standards. And we all undertake to follow the standards. We also have a referee, a judge, who is trying to make sure that all the teams follow those rules, right? And with his help, or their help, because we talk about referees or judges in the international system, and we talk about FATF and members of FATF and other agencies. They call them regional agencies. In Ukraine, it's the Committee of Council of Europe experts, Moneyval, and they are trying to make sure that the rules are followed. And regularly, within each and every evaluation cycle, the countries get the opinion from their judges, from their referees. They try to understand how the rules are followed or not followed. And also they need to understand what's happening in the area of international technical assistance. They assess everything and they tell us what's wrong. They also tell us what we have to do to make sure that everything works well. And I'm coming back to my first message. Everything is logical, everything is clear.
We are guided by the fifth round of Moneyval assessment, and speaking about the subject matter of today's discussion, that's recommendation 8. and 10. But we are more focused on recommendation 8 of FATF. If we spend some time and using the financial monitoring website where you can find the translated version of the report, you can see those deficiencies that have been identified, and they include risk assessment of non-profit organizations with respect to FT, because recommendation 8 is about risks of terrorist financing. That's issues with monitoring of NPOs, again, as a measure to prevent ML and FT. That's application of risk-oriented approach in the operational activity. And if you look at these deficiencies, then what was discussed today, that's namely NPO's risk assessment, is to assist Ukraine in addressing those issues that have been identified by Manival experts. My project is involved in this activity since 2020, so we are trying to contribute to finding solutions to resolving those deficiencies and addressing the issues. Sectoral risk assessment, that's something that is too big for us to deal with. We tried to assist methodologically by sharing the Council of Europe expertise and experience of conducting sectoral risk assessment. Thanks a lot for everybody who is engaged in developing capacity. So that's training, private sector, state authorities as to basically being able to speak the same language and to develop the same understanding of the risks that we try to minimize or mitigate. And again, let me refer to the Bible, as you were saying, enthusiasms with respect to AML-CFT, and that's recommendation 8 in particular. If you look at this recommendation, then you can get a lot of interesting things out there, but not everybody goes as far as the last paragraph of the recommendation. And it says that the main goal or the prism of our perception of international standard that we are aspiring to comply with is the protection of NPOs from the threat of FT, not disrupting and not breaking its legitimate work. So that's something that could serve as the uniting element in this dialogue. As Rostoslava was saying, there are three more parties, so it could be a poly log rather than dialogue, where all interlocutors of the process could find understanding. And it's not me who is saying that, it's explanatory notes to FATF recommendations that speak about that. And this explanatory note provides a specification as to how this standard should be applied. And if you spend some time and read it through, it's in English only, because recently they were amended, and it's also recommendations that were amended. But I think modern technologies would be helpful for you to find a paragraph that I am quoting now, that development of the relations between state and public sectors and NPOs, non-profit sector, is crucial for understanding the risks and developing the strategy of mitigating assessing these risks and increasing awareness, efficiency and efficacy, and strengthening potential to combat terrorist financing in non-profit organizations sector. And that's exactly what we have been doing. And thanks a lot to the entire team that was developing methodology for the report, that produced this report. And I do hope that your efforts will be a contribution that would improve the system in Ukraine. We have a saying, think globally but act locally, so we'll improve the global system of ML CFT through engaging full stakeholders. And to conclude, let me just say that I hope that in 2027 Ukraine will successfully pass the next evaluation round, and if and when it happens, because today is very difficult to plan even a month ahead, nothing to say about 2027. So if or when this happens, I think everybody who has contributed to that, everybody will feel proud for the contribution we all have made to this. Thanks a lot for all your efforts. Thanks a lot for this, and thanks a lot for sticking to the time frame allocated for you. I think that's our shared responsibility, and we do share responsibility to make sure that we live in a free country. Again, I'm going to steal this minute from you. I wanted to have a T-shirt to wear today, because every time I think about all this huge work that NPOs and state authorities are doing amidst these really dire conditions, and that's a colossal work that could be visible or invisible, but I always feel like supporting the international advocacy that state authorities are engaged in to make sure that a terrorist state is designated as a terrorist state globally and on the level of the EU. So today we talk a lot about cooperation and with state authorities, and we appreciate talking about this, because that means that we could deepen this constructive cooperation and will expedite it, because it's not much time left until 2027. Let me give the floor to Ben Evans, expert senior partner of Green Acre Group. Ben, could you please stick to 6-7 minutes max? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I actually plan to be even quicker than that, so we can have some more time for the other speakers. So we're in an interesting time with FATF at the moment, because in relation to Recommendation 8, because there's been a comprehensive reform of Recommendation 8 itself, of Immediate Outcome 10, and of all of the guidance that surrounds that as well. In fact, everything relating to Recommendation 8 has changed apart from the original typologies report from 2014. What that means is we haven't yet had any evaluations under the 6th round come through. So to some extent, we're still waiting to see exactly how the new reformed Recommendation 8 will be applied. But we are clear about, I think, what FATF intends. And some of us had the opportunity to be at the Public Sector Consultative Forum that FATF holds every year. And this year in April, the authors of the new best practices paper and FATF themselves were speaking about what their intentions were for the new Recommendation 8 and how that should be applied. And so we can make some assumptions, I think, about the changes that we might expect to see. Now, I just wanted to speak really about those changes and what you've done and how those things will come together. Because one of the major changes, I think, is that for the first time, or well, it was kind of there before, but now it's much more explicit that there's an expectation that the authorities will consult with the sector and collaborate with the sector on risk assessments and on their measures to deal with terrorist financing. And so we know that obviously the government has undertaken a risk assessment of the MPO sector. What I think FATF would like to see, what Moneyval would like to see, is that initiatives like this risk assessment, this civil society risk assessment, have been fully taken on board by the authorities, that they have read it, that they have considered the recommendations, and they have adopted the findings and the recommendations where those make sense. I mentioned earlier that we don't see very many civil society-led risk assessments, but the two examples that immediately come to mind being Bulgaria and particularly Germany, we have seen, and actually we know also Nigeria also, where the sector did a lot of work. We see that FATF takes on board those reports and is always keen and commends authorities when they have listened to and adapted to the results of these kinds of good quality civil society risk assessments. So, particularly if you look at the Germany case, you see how the authorities really learned from and adopted many of the findings from the German self-assessment, civil society assessment, took it on board in their own risk assessment, and that was commended specifically within FATF's own evaluation of Germany. The reason they like it is because the things we were speaking about before, these civil society risk assessments can bring new information into the discussion. They have more authority when they're talking about the reality of the perceptions of civil society sector. And they also provide a kind of useful challenge to the views that may be expressed in the risk assessment of the government. I'm not saying that that's wrong, but I think any assessment is always stronger if there has been a kind of rigorous challenge of the assumptions that are behind that. And if the authorities can show that they can take that on board, that will just strengthen the overall case that you're making. The other thing, I think, a couple of other things I want to mention. Well, one is another new thing which I think we need to take on board, and both the authorities and the sector need to be aware of going forwards, is that for the first time the guidance speaks about how countries should deal with low-risk MPOs. So I know there's still some debate about whether the whole sector can be considered low risk for terrorist financing, but I think it's reasonable to assume that the majority of the sector is probably low risk for terrorist financing and probably for money laundering too. And the question therefore is, how do we deal with that? One of the things that we see in the new FATF guidance is this statement that for low risk MPOs, the solution is not regulation. We should be looking for other tools other than regulatory tools. And specifically, they're talking about providing outreach to those kinds of organizations. So that's something I think which this report can feed into, and I would like to see the authorities and the sector working on together, is providing those non-regulatory mechanisms for dealing with risk for those low risk parts of the sector. And that really means outreach and awareness raising. And just one final thought to leave on, which is, for the sector, what can you do to contribute to this process? It is in your interests that the evaluation of recommendation 8 is good. A compliant evaluation helps the sector. So you should be looking to work with the authorities and support them as they try to demonstrate the good work that's being done. The ways in which you can do that, 3 things I would recommend to you. First of all, is that FATF welcomes submissions from civil society prior to the mutual evaluation. So there is, if you go onto FATF's website, you can find a section for civil society, which has an email address, and they ask that you submit your thoughts on Ukraine's compliance to the evaluators at least 6 months prior to the on-site visit. So that's something that you can do, and you should send a copy of this civil society risk assessment to FATF so that can be formally considered as part of the evaluation process. A second thing you can do, I spoke just now about the importance of awareness raising, the importance of capacity building and outreach. That doesn't have to be a government-led initiative. Civil society, I know, is already doing a lot of things here and should continue to raise awareness and to build capacity and to make MPOs aware of the potential terrorist financing risks and of the measures they can take to protect themselves against them. So you keep doing that, and you also show FATF how you're doing that, and you also tell the government what you're doing so the government can tell FATF, because these things are now being considered with even greater emphasis as part of your mutual evaluation. The third thing is for civil society to prepare for the on-site visit. It is normal practice for the evaluators to meet representatives from civil society. Generally speaking, they will meet organizations recommended by government, but it doesn't have to be like that. They can choose to meet whoever they want. Whoever they choose to meet, the more you can do within civil society to raise awareness of this evaluation, of why it's important, letting organizations know that this on-site visit is happening, and explaining the key messages that civil society wants to convey to FATF. That's something that you can agree and you can do, and you should disseminate. So whoever Moneyval speaks to when they do their on-site visit, they understand what the issues are and are able to communicate convincingly the views of civil society about their compliance. That's all I wanted to say. I'll hand back to you there.
Thank you so much. And I'm handing the microphone straight away to Maria Paulus because we are short of time. Thank you so much, Ben.
Дякую, Анна. Не обіцяю, що вкладуся
Thanks,
прямо.
Anna. I don't promise to fit into 2 minutes. Unfortunately, only 2 minutes are left for me, but I'll do my best. I would like to go back to the title of this discussion, the importance of self-assessment of this sector. Sector self-assessment, globally speaking, is our report, but self-assessment, that's something that each and every organization does for themselves. That's important and necessary. As it was mentioned before, one of the elements of recommendation 8 and explanatory note to it
Мають проводити консультації
is consultations that the country should have, so that's the authorities that should engage with the NPO to develop best practices to counter terrorist funding. Under Ukrainian legislation, CFT and ML go hand in hand together. So that's something that we should pursue. And it's very important for the organizations to clearly understand these best practices and share and use them. As I was saying, we are going to issue the guidance of the best practice. That's going to be a collection of this best experience, and we are going to conduct a respective study on that, and we'll be happy if you could contribute with your best practices to this booklet. European integration requirements and the implementation of FATF recommendations as part of the EU requirements, that's a commitment for the entire country. It wouldn't be fair then if it's only state sector that should implement that, or any other specific sector. As a country and citizens of Ukraine, we made our choice as to the European future of our country back in 2014, and for a decade we have been pursuing this path, paying a really high price for that. So if you talk about such boring things as reforms, then anyways, we should stay together. We should all stay together on that as well. So self-assessment should be part of every organization. That's a duty of every organization. You have to conduct risk self-assessment. That would prevent any risks of your organization in particular, but this will also going to contribute to protection of the entire sector. Preventive measures employed by specific organizations as per recommendation 8 should be taken into account by the government when the government is to decide to which extent this sector should be governed and which state measures of preventive nature should be applied to a specific sector. So, dear colleagues, thanks a lot for being part of this dialogue, and I would encourage other organizations that stayed away from this work to get engaged in this work, because we should stay all together. Thanks a lot. As a moderator, I would kindly request everybody who is connected online, because we want to have a family photo now of all participants, and we are moving over to the next panel discussion. Could you please show our participants that are connected online with their cameras on for the photo?
Трішки рухатися, тому що у нас складні теми. І я маю відгуки, що ми мало вас відпускаємо по декрету. Ви поміщаєтеся? Можна заходити на можна навіть ось так, правильно? Можна присісти, заходь на голову. Можна присісти. Ви будете мене побачити, присядьте.
Він екран тримає, щоб не видно. А себе як сфотографувати? Скажуть вас, а фотографа не бачить.
Дякую, що даруєте мені подібне
Thanks
свавілля.
a lot for allowing me to be arbitrary as a moderator. I wanted everybody to keep a token of this meeting. That's a family photo. Next session is going to have international and national experts that are going to talk about protected and stable civil society sector is the key to Ukraine's victory and reconstruction. So that's the title that we gave to it. My question would be to some experts to comment on the report, but there will be some other questions that I'm going to ask some national and international experts. Let me invite Maria Haliti, board member of the NGO Resource Center. She's connected online. Welcome. Could you please come over here? That's Alexey Orlovsky, Director of Democracy and Good Governance, International Renaissance Foundation. Online, there is the Benjamin Brishaw Project Coordinator, EU AML CFT Global Facility. And we also have, and I'm happy to see you, Ashte Hate, Program Director of European Center for Nonprofit Law, Netherlands. Dear colleagues, thanks a lot for having found time to get connected to us. There's going to be an international panel discussion. And Maria, a few words about yourself. You are going to be our first speaker. You're the one that inspired us for things that we are discussing today, active engagement of NPO in financial monitoring measures in the country. When you started this dialogue, there were not that many NPO activists that realized the link between the issues NPOs are facing, let's say limited access to bank services and other things, and general architecture of financial monitoring. So we are very happy to see you at this event, and could you please tell us a little bit more about the history of the financial monitoring system and NPO? So are there any simplifications, or would there be any less scrutiny when it comes to financial monitoring? Because NPO is engaged in reconstruction of the country, whether in the context of the war or the post-war stage. And what's your prediction how our cooperation is going to facilitate the application of legislation? The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Let me congratulate Saddam and all the team with completing this mammoth task. When we started talking about this idea back in 2022, we started actually earlier, but they were expedited the process. Many people didn't realize where the issue is. Somebody faced some problems, but they were not linked to financial monitoring. Somebody didn't see that there is any link. It depends where the money was coming from. Those organizations that received foreign funding in the forms of grants and contributions realize the issues more. With the beginning of the aggression, Ukraine became the zone of conflict, and that's the reason for the banks to scrutinize NPOs, because the banks believe that NPOs can be engaged in ML and FT, specifically FT. So it was important to start working on this work, and I'm happy that you have completed it. I do believe that our state authorities will take the report findings into consideration. This time it wasn't joint work. Financial monitoring does its own assessment, but the sector did its own. But I do hope that in the future there's going to be either joint assessment or two different parallel assessments, but the state authorities will take our assessment into consideration. Let me express my gratitude to international partners, to Ben Evans in particular. When we started talking about the idea of it, he immediately expressed his readiness to help us in this difficult work. CNL, that's the partner that we appreciate a lot. They were the first to point out to the issue, and they said, okay, so you would face this, so you have to start working on this. Thanks a lot for your help. And it's very important to thank the team that was directly involved in developing the report and experts that were engaged in this. Without you, it wouldn't be possible. And thanks a lot to the organizations that participated in this survey. Let me go back to the question why this assessment is so important. When you look at the organization, the way it works, we don't see these issues because that's mainly accountants that face these challenges. But that's an important issue. If Ukraine has a high risk for NPOs, whether that's laundering dirty money or FT, then it means that our organizations automatically fall into the category of high-risk organizations for international banks and correspondent banks that are basically banks that are responsible for money transfer to Ukraine. So you have to get some money that was transferred to you, and you will never know that this money is blocked unless the person who made the transfer will check if you have received that. If it is a risky country that you transfer money to as a physical person, then very often your bank card could be blocked, and it will be difficult to unblock it. And it does have an impact on grants. You know that U.S. organizations, large organizations, had some issues because grants were not received by grantees. But if it is even contributions of some people, because if people believe in the mission of the organization and trust the organization, they cannot do that because the organization cannot receive it. And that's the issue of Ukrainian banks as well, because they put forward some requirements to civil society organizations.
Адекватна і правильна оцінка ризиків. Власне, що говорить ІФАД. Ця правильна і адекватна оцінка ризиків дасть можливість...
We have to have proper risk assessment system, and it will allow us to understand what the risks are, and it will not create obstacles for NGOs that no risk, that display no risk at all. And most of the organizations which are potentially risky, they are not showing any risk at all. So, but these agencies, these organizations, they have to have procedures. They have to have control over spending. They have to be able to assess themselves, evaluate themselves in terms of risk. Of course, if they work in the occupied territories or near the front line, they will face way more risks. And they have to have a policy to mitigate the risk. If they work in the area of advocacy, they are usually low risk as well. So they have to have good understanding of the sector, because the sector also understands the risks and the threats. So we all want to make sure that there is understanding from government. So lack of understanding by government and by the sector creates complications in the relationships with the CSOs. And CSOs, as we all know, they're a very important component of Ukrainian public. They assist the government, they assist the public, especially in the times of crisis. During COVID, they were the first responders. They were helping people with medicines, with other things to save people's lives. When the full-scale invasion began, almost all of the organizations started helping citizens with evacs, with temporary shelter, food. So they pretty much substituted the government in terms of providing the services. Oftentimes, the government cannot respond timely because they had to deal with other more difficult issues. Oftentimes, they did not have the resource to massively provide aid. So civil society was the first who helped the public. And when the research took place in 2023, they tried to see how the civil society is participating in rebuilding. And the research has demonstrated that in all of the sectors, there is civil society, right? They are there. They provide humanitarian aid, psychological assistance. They help with rebuilding of homes. They help draft policies and procedures. So that is a huge resource for the government, and the government is getting this resource for free. Now we ask ourselves the question, all right, so they're supposed to create proper legal environment for the operation of such organizations, including banking services. If this organization is not a criminal one, or if they don't have criminal intent, then they deserve to be helped. And there is another important thing. The sector should be able to analyze these problems, and they should be able to cooperate more with government. And the government is supposed to open doors for this sector. They are supposed to hear their issues, their problems. They're supposed to engage in a good, effective dialogue. And when we talk about other examples, when the civil society was very active, they participated in
реагування на надзвичайні
response
ситуації, то
to crisis.
відбулися в нас останні обстріли і
So with the latest shellings, when they
Полтаві у Львові,
hit
то звичайно, що першими туди
the
прийшли
children's hospital or civilian buildings in Lviv, the local volunteers were first responders. They were helping with dealing with the aftermath of missile strikes against civilians and civilian infrastructure. So the government should look only into those organizations that are created with intent of participating in fraudulent activities, right? There are some organizations who would like to work with high quality, but they just do not know how to do this. So someone has to come in and help. There's other recommendations which I have for the civil society. Please learn about all these procedures, assess your risks, and draft policies, procedures which will help with control over funding and spending, which will help you be transparent and which will help you to properly manage with your resources. So for the state, I advise to properly assess the risk of nonprofits and engage nonprofits, NGOs, civil society to policy making and discuss issues with them and come up with joint solutions dealing with the sector.
зручне законодавство, яке допомагатиме працювати.
And legislation needs to be drafted that would allow these agencies to properly operate because they're trying to help Ukraine in the times of crisis and post-crisis, during rebuilding.
Це моя давня мрія, що донори повинні більше підтримувати місцеві організації,
Donors
давати пряме фінансування для організацій.
also need to support these local civil society organizations because direct funding would also mean audit, presence of policies, reporting, and with that the organizations will be stronger and they will be able to operate in line with the requirements and standards that exist. This is where I stop. Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you. Quite practical, quite useful, and to the point. And it helps me transition to the next speaker because you said donors. And definitely we must mention this. Alexei, you will now have the floor. On one hand, we are not restricting you in terms of presentation, but we'd love to hear about your thoughts as a representative of a big donor organization. After Ukraine got its independence, you already started working on creating standards and criteria with regard to identification of transparency of an organization. So please, could we hear about how we can help other organizations implement procedures that show their openness for the donors and for the government and between each other, because in this initiative we are teaching CSOs to verify who the partners are in Ukraine and abroad, but do they know how to assess and check themselves, right? That's where we would like to hear your recommendations, and thank you for proofreading our report. Your comments were very to the point and they helped us to come closer to the result which we're presenting today. Thank you, dear colleagues. Good afternoon. I want to thank the team, the SEDA, for creating this document. You dive deep into this topic. And today we spoke about the fact that we don't have a lot of charitable foundations or NGOs who operate in the gray zone in terms of use of funds. But nevertheless, you know, when I read news in connection with civil society, during this time, I've noticed a very interesting trend. Abroad, some cases were reported, and I remember something happening in Czech Republic, in Estonia, where organizations, even local organizations. They were trying to find some aid to be sent to Ukraine. Well, they also were on the radar for some alleged manipulation with the funds that were supposed to be sent to help Ukraine. And there was this bad aftertaste where, you know, it's like someone abroad is trying to fundraise for Ukraine, and that already is kind of tainted, right? So that, in certain sense, indirectly may impact the general perception of what's happening in Ukraine. Right? And I was talking about EU member states and NGOs operating there. That means that the problem exists. It's not happening en masse, but it's there. On the other hand, when I was reading the report, I was thinking that we don't have many cases like that. That's a good thing that there are not so many, but I remember once saying, I must mention it, it all depends. It all depends. When there are two hairs in the soup, that's a lot. But when there are two hairs on your head, on your scalp, that's very little. So 1 case or 10 cases, is this a lot? Is it a disaster? You know, maybe we just did not catch everyone. But on the other hand, the numbers are low based on the overall number of charitable foundations and NGOs doing this job. So, and maybe it's not a disaster. So we will have to really strike the right balance, right? Because there is a stance from the donors and then from the state and from the public, and we have to balance all of them out. So we have to minimize the possible threat. And in the report, they paid a lot of attention to the fact that internal policies and procedures have to be implemented by those respective nonprofits. On behalf of the Renaissance Foundation, I must say that we had a few targeted programs, and they targeted specific NGOs in different sectors like think tanks and then environmental NGOs and so on, but that's not really important. So it's important to have a general approach and a golden standard in our public. You know, that would say that these agencies that ask for funding, these agencies that need to be transparent in the eyes of the government, they all have to follow certain standards and approaches with regard to use of donor funding, because mostly we talk about taxpayer money from other countries. And that means more responsibility. But it's not just procedures and policies, it's also about a system of different agencies inside nonprofits and NGOs, because there are cases when one and the same circle of people, sometimes it's one person, who act as chairperson in this NGO. They also represent executive branch. They themselves dispose of the funding. So those are bad practices, but unfortunately, they are there. In fact, there has to be the system of checks and balances. There has to be a system of internal control over the spending, right? Is it purposeful? Is it misuse? And if we fail to act, that means that we create additional complexities and difficulties for the entire sector. So if we talk about donor organizations, they also try in their own way, based on their own view and understanding, to somehow help, right? So that the sector is properly organized in terms of policies, procedures, governance. The donors also must make sure that each and every penny is spent according to the established purpose, right? So they're not the donors, they're not subject to direct monitoring by the Financial Monitoring Service. But the donors themselves, they've been out there for some time, so we can learn about their history. We can talk to other donors who are providing funding to a certain organization. So, you are learning about this process from other participants. Maybe some audits have taken place. The audits of a certain agency, of a certain grant, and how well they spent it. Because let's say in our case, we have a requirement. If a charitable foundation approaches us and asks for funding, so we ask about detailed information about the organization, and we ask for annual public reports or links to annual public reports by this organization. That's very important. And now, when we do our pre-screening of the request, right, or project proposal prior to sending them to the experts, and the experts themselves, when they look at the project proposal, they can check what kind of agency are they talking about, who the donors are, what kind of funding they got, how they spend the funds. They may call the beneficiaries of this organization and see how the organization distributed aid, how they were helping people. So this annual report of an organization, it really provides a lot of information about how they operate, or whether they exist, because some of them they exist only on paper. So you can see how active they are, you can see how effective they are, also in terms of spending. So these are very important things. But again, it has to be a public report, posted on the website, posted on a Facebook page, not on Google Disk internally in this organization, and then 2 or 3 people plus the donor has access and nobody else. So it must be presented publicly somewhere. And from our standpoint, that creates a lot of positive things. It minimizes or mitigates the problems, the ones of which we discussed today. So to finalize, once again, on one hand, I wanted to address NGOs. I wanted to address all the civil society representatives. And I wanted to address those who utilize donor funding. Well, please do not forget about policies, procedures, governance system, high-quality systems in place, and asking the donors to step up their oversight, monitoring, because the risks could be there. And I'm advising to find additional means and ways, such as looking at the annual reports, like I said before, just to make sure that the spending is very well monitored. Okay, thank you so much, Maria. Looks like I found a proofreader for the reviewer for our next publication. Publication where we will show some nonprofits that want to be presented as low risk or zero risk. So again, we have an ongoing process of development of procedures. We have many other things that are going on. But you are talking about governance. You're talking about branched out systems and checks and balances, and that's important for long-standing organizations. But at the same time, those organizations that were created as a result of war, and there was a surge of NGOs, so that's where you have to have help from donor community, because on one hand you have 30-year-old organizations and they are doing quite well and they have history, but then you have to have level playing field for those who are new, who are just created, but they also want to provide proper services. Okay, Benjamin Brishaw from CFT Global Facility now has the floor. Thank you so much for joining us. And I wanted to quickly give you some background information about cooperation. We value so much that we receive attention from the project to what's happening in Ukraine, because we are hypothesizing, but that's not really a hypothesis. You know, it really impacts financial stability in the region and in the world. So everything that's happening in Ukraine, it deserves detailed attention from the European partners, especially in the view of European integration. So maybe you will be able to tell us about the trends in the EU policy, or maybe you can tell us about the vision and understanding of the EU Commission, how they understand the situation, what's their take, how do they interpret what's happening here, what's happening in the conditions of the full-scale war in Ukraine, so, and how we can strike the right balance as a region and globally. Now you have the floor.
Well, good afternoon, Anna, and thank you very much first for the invitation and also for this introduction. I will try to address those questions from my intervention. So first of all, perhaps a word of introduction about the EU Global Facility on MLCFT. So the Global Facility is a project which is in fact designed as a mechanism by the European Commission to support countries that have deficiencies in MLCFT. So we work primarily with the countries that are listed or close to being listed by the EU or the FITF for their deficiencies. We can also work with countries that are not listed, for example, Ukraine, if they are priorities, political priorities for the European Union. Here it's obviously the case. So we started in 2017, and as our name indicates, we are global. So we are currently operating in 34 countries across the globe. So in Central South America, in the MENA region, in Sub-Saharan Africa, in Southeast Asia, and also with countries in the Eastern Partnership. So with Ukraine, obviously, we are now also working with Moldova. Something that is important. So this conference, this workshop is about civil society. We are obviously supporting civil society, but not only. So we cover the full scope of IML-CFT, engaging with actually all actors involved in the penal chain, in what we call the different stages of the financial investigation and the penal chain. So we work with authorities, regulators, obliged entities, with the people in charge of the financial investigations, be the FIU or the law enforcement. We work with the judiciary, with the bodies specialized in assets recovery, and of course with civil society and the private sector. So we really believe in a comprehensive approach when it comes to MLCFT, and this is what we try to promote. So when it comes to Ukraine, so we've been working already in 2023 with civil society, but not only. The request that was submitted by the authorities covered also the topic of beneficial ownership. We are working on virtual assets. We also provide technical assistance on financial investigations. At the moment, we are still in a phase that will become, I would say, and I hope, more dynamic in the coming months. We are in the process of signing a memorandum of understanding with your authorities, and we hope to have it signed during the autumn of 2024 to increase the density and the volume of activities we will be implementing. Now to go a bit deeper, in the topic of this session, it is clear, it is obvious that the support and the strengthening of civil society is an integral and an important part of the EU acquis and also an intrinsic chapter of its policies. So this approach is relevant when it comes to EU member states, but also, to the countries who are accessing, in the process of accessing the European Union or to the partner states. And overall, considerable of support activities funded by the EU are dedicated to the strengthening and empowerment of civil society organization. Now, from the EU global facility perspective, keeping in mind our objectives and competencies, our main contribution to this objective is focusing on the support we are providing to the partner countries in ensuring their compliance with the FITF Recommendation 8. And considering also the specific of the recommendation, and it was, already debated this morning, we are working with both the authorities and regulators, but also with the NPOs. That is very important. So we had previously the intervention of Ben Evans, and I would like to say that our project is actively cooperating on Recommendation 8 with the Global NPO Coalition on FITF. For example, and I would like to mention this example. We've been organizing together with them, we've been supporting them to organize regional consultations for the elaboration of a joint NPO position in the framework of the revision of the Recommendation 8. That was in 2023. We had regional events a bit everywhere across the globe. In Argentina, we had one in Jordan, in South Africa, in Indonesia, also in Poland for the Moneval region. And the purpose was to really capture and elaborate a common NPO position when it comes to the revision of this recommendation. And yeah, so at the moment, with the global facility, out of the 34 countries we are supporting, 12 have requested support on Recommendation 8. And doing so, actually, our approach is, of course, to try to make sure that the countries are complying with the Recommendation 8, meaning that no NPO can be misused for TF purposes, for example. But in the meantime, we are also striving to make sure that the civil space is not shrinking and that the civil society organizations are not facing the so-called unintended consequence of the implementation of the FITF Rec 8. Another point that I believe is relevant for today is the fact that we are also working with the FITF style regional bodies, so the so-called FSRBs, to help these structures to build the relevant knowledge and capacity, including for their assessor teams, so that they are well aware of the updated requirements of the REC 8, and that they are correctly evaluating the countries. So an example of these work streams is the organization that will take place as from 2025 of regional events jointly organized with the FSRBs, dedicated to the assessors to build their capacity. So we'll have a first one beginning of 2025 for the Caribbean region, and then we will rotate and work with the different FSRBs. Moneval will be included, of course. As mentioned earlier, as far as the global facility is concerned, we are really looking forward in further working with our partners in Ukraine, and we shall be delighted to work closely with the NPO sector. At this stage, we are, of course, open to hear any suggestion and needs the sector is facing, and of course, in line with our competencies and mandate, we will be delighted to provide the necessary support. In our view, and I think this is something that I can also be related to the question you were asking, Anna. NPO sector is an active player, not only within the meaning of the FITF recommendation 8, but it should also proactively contribute to the prevention, detection, and countering of money laundering and terrorist financing. So making the sector really an asset when it comes to fighting these crimes. We believe that, in Ukraine, we are witnessing a momentum when the full-fledged efforts are to be launched for the reconstruction of the country following the aggression of Russia and the occupation as well. So in this context, we are of the opinion that the strong and well-equipped civil society is intrinsic in ensuring that these efforts have really effectiveness, including from the point of view of controlling and supervising the flow of financial resources into Ukraine. So, Anna, we had the chance to have you a few months ago for our senior advisory group that took place in Brussels. This is something that this is a meeting that we have every 6 months to really consider, hot topic in IML from an IML CFT point of view. And Ukraine was on the agenda on several occasions, namely from an organized crime point of view, and also considering the risk of misuse of EU and international funding that will come for the reconstruction of the country. And in this context, one of the lessons learned was clear and obvious that a strong civil society can be a sort of a watchdog over public authorities to make sure that these funds are well used. And and in the same vein, strong civil society can also play an educational role to raise awareness and promote good governance, and equally it can be a key for the unity of the country in this difficult context. Not to be too long, I would like to conclude really by thanking the organizers, the CEDEM, for this very interesting event, and also express our gratitude on my behalf, but also on the behalf of Mamuka Genti, who you know, he is the key expert in charge of civil society, and again express our readiness to support Ukrainian CSOs in your efforts in this difficult period. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benjamin, for your sustainable support on behalf of the project, on behalf of you personally. I'm truly grateful that it was CEDEM who was chosen to represent Ukraine on that meeting of senior board that you've mentioned before in Brussels. And CEDEM was representing Ukraine together with the FIU of Ukraine, Vitaly Berogivsky. And it seems to me that our main task was then to represent that public authorities and the civil society can and do work together. They can cooperate and that do cooperate when it comes to the national integrity and national resilience and national financial stability. Thank you so much, and we are switching to our last but not least speaker. Перейду на українську мову. Дуже дякую за ці
Thanks a lot for your inspiring presentation, Benjamin. And the last speaker in this panel session is Esther Harte. She is a program director of ECNL and Netherlands. Thanks a lot for being with us today. And just a few words of introduction. Maria Haletier expressed our deep gratitude to you. You've been with us from day one in this process, but your expert knowledge and the depth of research of ECNL that was there for many years reinforced and improved our understanding and the way to go when it comes to the civil society in Ukraine per se. And I'm very happy that we could talk about redress aspectively and about the prospects. And I recall conference of 2022 that led to the Tbilisi Principles. That was a huge document that was the result of the work of around 50 European actors. It was financial monitoring and different obliged entities that engaged in it. And methodology includes part of the Tbilisi Principles, because it was the first instance when the conference was caused by the ongoing war, because Europe clearly realized that that's a threat to its integrity that it poses. So my question to you is about systemic challenges for NPO at subnational, regional, EU levels. How important are they? How to deal with that on the regional or global level? And we'll be happy to hear about your insights as to the future. I know that you have this helicopter view because you collect analytical materials from different jurisdictions and you develop the horizon for planning that is a benchmark for us. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Anna. Good afternoon to everyone. So my name is Esther Harte, and it's a real pleasure to join you online on behalf of the European Center for Not-for-Profit Law. Thank you so much for the invitation to contribute to this important meeting. For those who don't know ECNL, we are an NGO based in the Netherlands, working to empower civil society organizations through enabling laws and policies. We have the privilege to work with amazing colleagues from Ukraine. Many of you are present today. I keep being inspired by your courage and persistence and flexibility to respond to people's needs and bring expertise and creative energy to the risk reconstruction process. And congratulations for the great work on the risk assessment report. There are many building blocks that enable civil society organizations to be able to do their important work. The civil society CSO meter methodology and country reports highlights 11 areas, including freedom of association, access to funding, right to privacy, and much more. And we have seen how in many countries, all these rights have been affected by anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing policies that perceive the overall sector as high risk. So initiatives such as the independent risk assessment of the nonprofit sector in Ukraine are important to show that this is not the case. The Financial Action Task Force also recognized this in the latest revision of its standard, which was mentioned many times before. And this revised recommendation 8 and the interpretative note requires countries to protect civil society from terrorism financing abuse through risk-based implementation of these strengthened measures. And as a reminder for the future, let me just summarize three key points and updates that FATF clarified, and most importantly, that recommendation 8 now requires countries to periodically identify organizations that falls within this FATF definition of non-profit sector and assess terrorism financing risks posed to them. So in other words, it does not apply to the entire universe of organizations. Among these, as we are also heard, only a small portion may be facing a risk of terrorism abuse. The second is that recommendation 8 requires countries to have in place a focused, proportionate, and risk-based measure to address risks identified. Many civil society organizations already have adequate self-regulatory measures and related internal processes to mitigate this kind of risk, so that national authorities do not need to take additional measures. I heard today that there are such initiatives also in Ukraine for the future. And the third is that countries should be mindful of the potential impact of measures on legitimate civil society activities. And the recommendation 8 clarifies that countries should ensure oversight of monitoring civil society organizations, but they do not need to designate or supervise them as reporting entities or require them to conduct consumer due diligence. And the revised interpretative note of the recommendation 8 also emphasizes the importance of sustained outreach and engagement with civil society, working jointly with the government, and also the proportionate monitoring and the not one-size-fits-all approach. And in addition to the revised recommendation 8, which was mentioned earlier, there is a new guidance paper on the implementation, which is called the best practice, that reflects these changes and aims to assist in effective implementation. And this guidance paper also includes examples of good and also bad practices. So what jurisdictions should not do when they implement the provisions of recommendation 8. And according to this, it's important to ensure the participation of a representative sample of nonprofit organizations in this risk assessment, and domestic terrorism financing risk assessment from the NPO sector, for example, such as the one in Ukraine now, are a reliable document that could provide useful sources of information for a country mutual assessment, as also Ben mentioned before. So overall, this is a very important development that has the potential to impact the civil society sector. So in the next part of evaluation round, countries that will be evaluated, including Ukraine, will need to demonstrate that they are taking a risk-based approach to prevent the misuse of recommendation on civil society organizations without disrupting or discouraging legitimate charitable activities. So this means that many of the currently applied measures will need to be revised. And I encourage you to check ECN's paper on the revision that I can also share in the chat. There are also several good examples to support the financial access of civil society organizations that was also already mentioned as a challenge for Ukrainian organizations too. ECN prepared a list of good practices on how can financial institutions and civil society organizations work together to ensure access to financial services. In this, commercial banks, bank associations, the bank regulators, the financial intelligence units, and civil society can all play an important role. I can also share the link to this document in the chat. So to conclude, what can the different stakeholders in Ukraine do? Let me just highlight three recommendations. First, it's important to share civil society risk assessment within the government bodies and include key findings and information in the upcoming national risk assessment. It was great to hear that there is an interest by the authorities to do so. To establish a cross-sectoral dialogue on bank de-risking with financial institutions, nonprofit organizations, and state institutions to address the existing challenges and risks. and continue increasing the knowledge of government and financial institutions to better understand the nature and the operations of non-profit organizations. And it's a joint interest and effort to ensure financial stability, but at the same time protect civil society in Ukraine. So I pause here, and thank you so much again for the invitation and possibility to contribute to the discussions today.
Thank you so much, Esther, and also for the perfect timing, because you are definitely the one who was reading the agenda. Щиро дякую. Щиро дякую всім учасникам цієї
Thanks a lot to all participants of this panel discussion.
Адженда у нас тут має бути 5 хвилиночок перерви.
Did take a look at the agenda. We have 5-minute technical break, but we can skip that and we can move over to the prospects and plans and closing remarks, and then we can informal interaction. So to talk about prospects and plans, let me give the floor to Maria Paulas, SADAM lawyer. She does have some comments based on the several-year efforts to balance research and ensure practical cooperation with state authorities. So she does have several comments to share. Thank you, dear Anna. I'll be really brief because most of the things were covered either by me or the wonderful speakers that we had. Every time when we conclude a project or part of the project, it doesn't mean that everything has been done and there is nothing left to be done. That means that there is another big job ahead of us. Because that's something that was identified as a result of this project. So when it comes to follow-up steps for SADAM is a pilot educational course. We started working on this course with the Financial Monitoring Academy before this report was finalized, because we knew that it would be needed, and I appreciate Financial Monitoring Academy being so supportive of this idea, and following this report we can move over to launching this pilot project, and it might be the basis for the state program, educational program for NPO in AML and CFT, who knows. As I was saying before, we are going to keep working on the booklet of best practices, and I would strongly encourage all donor organizations and stakeholders that we serve with international partners to contribute and conduct peer review later. I would encourage Ukrainian partners to contribute to this guidance with recommendations or your experience, because that's going to be the result of the entire sector work, and the more organizations are going to contribute to it, the better it is. I'm sure that that's going to be the contribution of the civil society sector that would assist Ukraine to successfully pass the next round of assessment in 2027. We are going to keep working to find solutions when it comes to access to bank services. We remain open for the dialogue and ideas and solutions. Everybody whom we asked about potential issues, identified it as the one. So we would kindly encourage the National Bank and obliged entities, state financial monitoring service, anybody engaged to participate in this search for solutions. And let me give the floor back to Anna. Thanks a lot. Are there any comments, proposals, reflections? We have participants here and online. We have several minutes to ask questions. We have lots of speakers from the previous panel discussions connected. So if you want to say something, then that's the time to do that. It seems to me that we could slowly close this session and we'll move over to informal communication or interaction. We have this flyer, this event. Well, that's a very short version of the report. The full report is 120 pictures or so, but part of it are charts and pictures. So the report is going to be disseminated to the participants of the conference and our partners. And that's going to be the start of our next stage. Traditionally, let me thank everybody who made this conference a really interesting event. That's you who contributed to it with your time, not only at the conference, but that's your contribution in the course of previous several years. And I'm saying that family photo is really a family because everybody participated in making sure that this report is delivered, and we appreciate the team that worked on that. That's SADEM, event management, that's the team of the researchers, and special thanks go to the interpreters. It seems to me that they did a good job, though the terminology was not easy. Thanks a lot for this. When I am saying contribution to the report, then we'll have a special dedicated list of those who did a peer review of the report. We engaged national and international experts to do that because we wanted to make sure that our approach was fine-tuned and properly calibrated. Thanks a lot for your comments. Each of these speakers, thanks a lot to all and every of you. I have a feeling that after the conference, we are going to quote what you were saying, and that's going to be used as messages to promote, because the issue of this complexity require broad coverage and enlighten those who does not realize that the issue with positive messages and encouragement to act. That's exactly what we are going to do and what we did. Let me thank our partners. That's Yednanya that trusted us and believed that this report is possible to be delivered by NPOs and gave us the green light. And international agency or agencies that keep contributing to the development of civil society. They have been with us for a while, and they stay with us so that we remain a strong opponent to the enemy, and we are going to resist this enemy as long as we stay safe. Let your families and loved ones stay safe, and we are sure that united will persevere. Thank you.